It looks like we have enough people here to start. Madam Clerk, can we go?
Yes, the time is 7:02.
Okay, this is convening the special meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez. Absent. Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Good evening. Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none.
Wait, I just want to, as a procedural thing, on item F2, our budget status, the unions have asked me to make a presentation like they did last time with their version of a proposed budget. And so I propose to allow them time to do that after the staff makes their presentation. So unless the city council members object, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No objection.
Okay, move ahead.
Item D is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. There are no final decisions made in closed session.
Item E is a report from our city manager.
Just a very brief COVID report in that the county continues to make modifications. I would recommend staying in close contact with our city website and the county's website. At this point, it's a little bit easier to mention some of the forums and businesses that are not allowed to be open yet. So, because that's a little bit of a shorter list. The bars and nightclubs, group gatherings over 12 people, gyms, outdoor group and high touch activities. So things like soccer and salons and spas. Those items are still not allowed to be opened in Contra Costa County. But we do expect those things to continue to change over the course of the summer. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Item F1 under budget session is to receive information on the financial impact of compensating employees that are unable to work due to COVID-19. Approve staff recommendations to implement option A, which allows for full compensation of all city staff with the use of accruals for time they are not working due to COVID-19, and authorize the city manager to clarify the selected policy option administratively as needed.
Hi, can everyone hear me? All right. Good evening. My name is LaShonda White, and I'm the Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services, and I'm here to present this item for you tonight. So I'm just going to pull it up. 1 second. All right. Thank you for your patience. Ms. Christian already read the recommended action, but we are going to provide the financial information that was requested that we were not able to provide on April 28th. We are recommending an option for implementation, which is option A. And we are asking for authorization to clarify the selected policy option administratively as needed. So I want to provide you with just a little bit of background in terms of how we got here today. Since March 16th, the city of Richmond has operated under various health orders issued by Contra Costa County that dictated the city's ability to provide regular services to the community. At a city council meeting on April 7th, the council asked for staff to come back and provide an update on the impacts of COVID-19 with regards to employee compensation. We came back on April 28th and provided a presentation to council where we outlined and presented two options, option A and option B. With the information that we provided, council approved extending paid, approved option B, which was to approve extending paid administrative leave to employees who are unable to work full-time until such time as they could return full-time to their job site. At that meeting, City Council requested that staff bring back some financial information in terms of what did that look like in terms of compensating employees who are unable to work. So that is what we are, it was on the agenda for last Tuesday, but we are bringing it back now. And as a result of the information that we're providing, we are asking you to reevaluate options A and B. All right, so the financial impact information is presented here to all of you. And we were able to, the finance department created a code in our city's payroll system, which required employees who are unable to work as a result of COVID to put in that time. And we asked every single city employee to do that if they were impacted in that way. And this information that is provided to you is a snapshot of information collected from March 16th through May 15th. And so what you see here is 15,000 hours of staff time for 175 employees, some of which were part-time, that were unable to work. That totaled $413 in terms of pay. We estimated benefits around $120,000. Some of these employees, I do want to note, were part-time employees. The city made a decision to pay part-time employees for that first pay period, so March 16th through April 1st, or through March 16th through March 30th. And after that point, only those part-time employees that were deemed essential or needed by a department were allowed to continue to work. And so these numbers, like I said, are a snapshot for a 2-month period. And the hours represent 7% of the total hours worked of all city employees during that 2-month period. The dollar amount represents 3% of the payroll. And so I just wanted to provide that information. And this information actually varies from pay period to pay period. And reasons for that include as the shelter in place or the different health orders continued, city staff or departments were able to find ways to bring city staff back in to do work. And so you may have seen where a department has some employees that were off that first 2 weeks, maybe their first month, and then they found a way to have them do additional work. Or as a city, we found opportunities for them to work in different areas. So every pay period, the number actually reduces in terms of the number of hours and how much we are paying employees that are unable to work as a result of COVID. And you can see here that the 2 departments that have the highest number of hours include community services and library. And we've talked a lot about why those numbers would be that high. It's because of COVID. Libraries and community services weren't able to operate as normal. For police, a lot of that is, they have a lot of part-time staff as well as community services and library that were doing crosswalks. And so traffic regulation in that manner. And so that's why some of those numbers are what they are. So due to the financial information that we are providing tonight, we thought it was important for the council to reevaluate both option A and B. And as I stated earlier, we are recommending that option A be implemented at this time. Based on the new health orders where some things have been reopened, we think that option A is the best way to move forward. So just to highlight what is included in option A, that we would be providing full pay to employees that can work full time. Employees that are unable to work would have the following options. They could either take accrued leave, and that could be sick leave, vacation, administrative leave, different leaves that they have available to themselves. They could take leave without pay. They would be eligible for unemployment if that was a route that they needed to take. We have an idea where we could advance leave if needed, and then the employees would have to pay it back once they were able to return to work. We also have access to the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. And so there's additional sick leave and expanded family medical leave. There really aren't any changes to full-time sworn employees. And as stated earlier, hourly employees that would not be scheduled unless deemed essential. So that's option A. Option B is what was approved by council on April 28th. And essentially this continued what the city was already doing. However, after the April 28th meeting, city staff did receive questions regarding the implementation. So there were these are the 4 components of option B that were included initially in the staff report and presented to council. And what we said in these bullet points was that we would provide full pay to employees that were either able to work or unable to work. If you were able to work, it could be either on-site or remotely. You would receive your full pay without the use of accruals. And we have these different scenarios here. However, we did get a lot of questions, and the interpretation of option B came into question. And so we felt like it was important in this presentation to provide additional clarification around implementation and the what was intended with option B. So this slide highlights 5 additional items that provide clarification. The first one is option B never intended to pay employees that just chose not to work. So employees who choose not to work when they are able and there is work to be performed would not be able to be paid. They should use leave. We also wanted to provide clarification that employees who are unavailable to work because of non-COVID illnesses should use sick leave, which is what employees do now. Employees that are over age 65 or at high risk would be allowed to stay home and would use sick leave if they were unable to work remotely. And option B never intended that employees that could access or were eligible to access the Family First Coronavirus Response Act sick leave or expanded FMLA would not do that. So we just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that those employees that could access that leave would be able to do that. And once again, there were no changes to full-time sworn employees. So that is the clarification that we just wanted to put out there to the council and the employees. Once again, the recommended action, we are provided the financial information, which I'm happy to answer any questions. We also are recommending the approval of option A, which is to allow full compensation of all city staff with the use of accruals for time they are unable to work due to COVID, and that would be in place until council made a different decision or all the conditions under the health order were lifted and we could go back to work as normal. And then we are asking for clarification, the ability to clarify any of the policy options that are selected administratively as needed. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from council members? I can't see all of them. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I will stop sharing.
if you I see Councilmember Mark.
Yeah, so going back to, I guess you have to take the thing off, but folks who are in that position, sounds like for most people, this still means that they would still be getting paid. It's just that they're using their accruals, they're using their sick leave, they're using their vacation leave, they're using all that to cover their fees, correct?
That is correct.
What about folks who may not have? So have we looked at that? How many people may not have the accruals available? Do we know, do we have any sort of estimation in terms of how many people have a lot of sick time accrued? How many people have very, very little accrued? You're muted.
Sorry, we could look into that because we don't know exactly which employees this would apply to now. It's hard to say what the numbers are. But one item with regards to option A that we would be willing to implement is that for employees that, I'm sorry, just having my notes. Employees who did not have any remaining leave, we could advance them up to 2 weeks of leave.
Okay.
And that way they would still be able to access leave and get paid for at least 2 weeks. And then once they were able to return to work, they would pay us back that leave at the rate for which they accrue it. And if they, for some reason, left the city before they could pay us back for those hours that they utilized, then that would have to come out of a payment that was made to the employee upon separation.
Okay. And we're saying that by doing this option, it looked like early on you guys did the numbers, and this would save about $500,000. It looked like. Was that the savings from this, that $500,000 figure, or?
So the $500,000 figure was how much was paid out to employees that were unable to work for a 2-month period. So that was for 175 employees over a 2-month period. As I stated, every single pay period, and I've asked finance to provide these numbers to me, the number of hours has decreased.
So we don't know what the savings will be, it sounds like, but it sounds like the $500,000 number is low then?
The $500,000 number was based on employees actually putting in their time in our system. We have, of course, encouraged and asked staff, department heads, supervisors to make sure employees' time is accurate in the system, but we can only, request that from department heads. And so that is the information that we have that is in the system that we were able to pull. But if we looked at, a new pay period, just say the pay period that's coming up, we would see maybe a different amount of hours that city staff put into the system based on the hours that they could not work. Because of course the health order has changed, right? And so
no, I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to get is an understanding, if we're gonna make this decision, is an understanding what the savings is with this decision, some sort of estimate. It still doesn't seem like we have that really. I guess we have an idea because we know that over 2 months, at the height of this, because like you said, it's the health order is changing, so more people are gonna be able to actually work going forward. But it sounds like in 2 months in the height of it, it costs about $500,000 for people who weren't working. So presumably we would save, I don't know how you extrapolate that out, but that's what we would have to do.
Also, to be clear, I'm not sure that it's a direct cash savings. It's a future savings in terms of, because people would still be getting paid, so we'd still be expending our same dollars, but we wouldn't, but if people are using certain accruals, then that is a future savings if somebody left. And we didn't have to pay that out, for instance, in the future. But they also might, reaccumulate all their time as they stay employed. So if you're looking for a dollar amount to apply to the budget deficit is what I think you're trying to do. It's very hard to estimate for 2 reasons. One, it will change pay period by pay period. It will always be less than the dollars you were looking at now. Because more and more people are coming back to work. And the second reason is because it's very little cash savings because people will still be getting their paychecks using accruals.
Okay.
Councilor Willis?
Yeah, I know we kind of touched on this right now, but do we know how many employees are still currently not working with the shelter-in-place order?
At the moment, because it does change, I am not 100% sure at this moment, right now, what that number looks like.
General estimation then, or guesstimation?
I'm sorry. The number that I had for those 2 months was 175 employees had put in time, and a small portion of that was part-time. And so that was the unduplicated number of employees. So at the height of what we know, it was 175.
Oh, at the height of what we know is 175, and more people have started coming back to work since the county opened up again. And about in the approximate time, I know you said we would float people 2 weeks if they used up their accrual time, but, and we would float them about 2 weeks, correct?
That is what we have included in option A.
Okay, and exactly how long are we expecting? When are we expecting our city to be fully functional again, where all employees can come back to work?
So if Laura wants to come back on and talk about that, but we are looking at how to reopen and what that looks like for the city based on the new health order. And so we're working on a reopening plan and finalizing all of that now. A lot of city employees have returned to work already and are either telecommuting or are on site doing work. Still, what is going to prohibit us from coming back to work the way that we were before COVID is, for example, in community services and our recreation centers, as well as the library. The library isn't fully open right now. I believe in the new health order, they're allowing curbside pickup. And now that they're allowing small groups of students to gather and do work around recreation services. So we are not full-time in some of the areas, but people are being really creative and innovative. And so we're having virtual summer camps. And so there are things where people are able to come back to work and participate, but we are looking at a reopening plan and how we roll that out.
Okay, and is there a general, like a general guess or estimated time on when we will be reopened though? I know we're working on it, but is it 2 weeks? Is it 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Like how long are we looking here?
So as LaShonda mentioned, there are two components to it. Are you asking about all of our staff back to work or about the doors to City Hall being unlocked?
Both, but mainly all of our staff back to work for the sake of this item.
So I am trying to make that happen as soon as possible. We're definitely talking weeks, not months.
Okay, but is it safe to say that 2 weeks of accrual time may not be enough to cover people if they decided to use all their sick leave and won't be able to still come back to work even after that?
I'm trying to make sure I understand the question correctly. So again,
sorry, I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I'll repeat it real quick. If people used all 2 weeks of their accrual time or any 2 weeks that we floated to them, and within that 2 weeks, will people be able to get back to work to still be able to keep up with their budget, or should they still expect to stay home because we're still working on a reopening plan?
So the vast majority of people have access to accrued time that is likely far in excess of 2 weeks, in many cases. It would only be folks who are newly hired or had some extraordinary circumstance that wouldn't have that. And that's where we would bring in allowing them to go into a negative situation and reaccrue that over time. So we're talking a very limited number of staff who would only have that 2 weeks. I don't know, I know they had looked generally at it. Again, it would be a very limited number of people. And it is possible that we would be reopened in that time, but I can't guarantee it yet. We're waiting for a report to come in about the safety features that we want to have in place to protect staff. And the second component is, again, as LaShonda was mentioning, we have some operations that are still not allowed by the county. So we are not allowed to operate indoor pools. We are not allowed to open the library doors. There are a number of things that the county is not allowing us to do. And I cannot predict exactly what timing the county has for that.
Thank you. I'll yield the floor. Thank you, guys.
Vice Mayor Bates, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted clarity. It's my understanding that sick leave and vacation leave will have to eventually pay to individuals what's on their retirement, irrespective of whether it's now or not. Correct statement?
So Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, but it got a little warbled there. Did anyone else hear it to help me out?
I did not.
Could you repeat what you asked, please?
Looks like you froze.
I can't hear you.
We're having the same problem, actually. If you could repeat your question, please.
Like you disappeared.
While he's getting back in there, is there somebody else has a question? And we'll come back.
I do.
Go ahead, Councilor Martinez.
Yeah, I'm curious, of all the people who aren't working, how many are not working because their managers did not come up with proactive plans so that they could be working?
That is a good question. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that. I am not in communication with each of the managers. I do know that when we have meetings with department heads, we have talked about the fact that individuals should be creative and innovative in finding ways for people to be able to work, whether that's within their own department or in an outside department. So we have been able to do some arrangements where the staff from one department is able to work in a different department, but I can't speak to how each individual manager is managing their staff. I apologize for that.
Okay, it just seems unfair that some individuals would have to use their sick leave or accruals because their manager did not do their job. But aside from that, I have a question about the Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act. How does that work, and how do our employees make use of that?
That is a good question. I do not have all the specifics on that one. And I don't know if, I would have to get back to you, so I don't want to speak and not be accurate and correct in terms of the full FMLA and extended sick leave through the Family First Coronavirus Act. But my understanding is that there through December of 2021, the federal government has provided access or the ability for employees to utilize sick leave. And we would people could get an additional 2 weeks of sick leave. And then they have expanded the use of FMLA to include, for example, childcare issues as it relates to impacts of COVID-19. So they've expanded that. And so I think that gives an additional 10 weeks of time. And we have provided information to our city employees. We have HR staff, risk management staff that definitely have a better understanding and grasp on how employees actually access that. But our employees that need to access that would go through our HR department to make sure that they are eligible. And if they are eligible, that we're able to track that time.
Okay, and between the time of application and the time that they receive money, what kind of lag is that?
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that question.
So there's no lag. It's just code. So in terms of practically how it's implemented, there's a code and payroll that would be put in place. So there's no lag. It's not like unemployment insurance. There's no extra paperwork. There's no extra waiting, that kind of thing.
Okay, so you'll give me some kind of explanation as to exactly how it works. I seem to have gotten a slight understanding with it's just a matter of.
It's a matter of entering the correct payroll code into our system. It's as simple as that. There won't really be much more we can offer.
So then through the Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act, they would immediately be covered?
Yeah, it's a time code that we would put in. Yes, they would
okay.
be covered.
Right, and so what do they have to do if they want to go the route of unemployment? And what kind of time lag is there for that?
I don't know what the time lag is. They need to apply. I know that the state of California, to process those claims, has assigned many more people to that process. And I see our interim HR director is coming in to address some of the questions also. Thank you, Allison.
Sure. Not that I can answer all your questions, but we can certainly provide a more thorough explanation because it is a little bit complicated. But the new federal leave does give employees 2 weeks of paid sick leave. That's not sick leave that's in their normal bank. That's new sick leave of 2 weeks. So that's an immediate use. And as Laura pointed out, that would be a payroll code that could even be backdated. So, you know, if it started on a Monday and they didn't put it in the payroll system till Friday, it's going to be back coded to Monday so they don't lose money. And then there's a new FMLA, family medical leave provision for another 10 weeks that they could use their personal time, sick leave, vacation, et cetera. And some of it's related to their personal health status or the status of someone in their household. Childcare is another reason for eligibility. So we are right now preparing information for employees and managers to understand the options and a form that they could complete so we could evaluate which leave would make the most use for them and make sure they take full advantage of that leave that they're entitled to, with the goal obviously of keeping people in paid status.
So those mechanisms are available in both option A and option B, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bates, you were asking a question earlier and you started cutting out. You want to repeat that? Unmute yourself, please. There you go.
I just wanted clarity. It's my understanding that sick leave and vacation leave, which is accumulated at the end of a person's retirement, is going to have to be paid to them anyway. Is that not a correct assessment?
Vacation for sure. Sick leave depends on the MOU they're covered by. I am not thoroughly vetted in all of the MOUs language in that regard, but usually it's a % of it might be cashed out or converted for some other use.
Yeah. Okay, well, the only problem I have is that individuals who are not really sick, utilizing sick leave as a means of compensation, are we monitoring that, or you just take the person's word for that?
In terms of their illness, what we're being advised by our attorneys is that it's problematic to ask for medical certification like you might in a normal non-COVID Family Medical Leave Act. In those cases, we do indeed require doctor's certifications as to the illness. But in these times, it's very difficult for people to get to their physician for such a documentation. So we've been advised to not require it. If they can produce it, great, but we're basically going to be taking their word for it in terms of their personal illness or the illness of someone in their household.
All right, on the system. Okay.
Any other questions? Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Actually, I have one more question. So the monies from the Medical Family Leave Act would be used before the sick and vacation. Is that correct?
For the first 2 weeks, yes, because that's new paid leave that the federal government is requiring employers to provide. So that would be at the city's expense. After that, it would depend on what their vacation or sick leave balances were and what the reason for them being out was. That I believe, and I don't have I apologize, I don't have the legislation in front of me. My memory of it is, that the goal is to keep people in paid status. And so whether it's sick leave or vacation, if they have it to use, I would imagine we would want to allow that.
Right, but I thought I heard you say that there was an extra 10 weeks with a new bill.
10 days, sorry, 10 days is paid sick leave up
10
front.
days.
First 2 weeks is that new entitlement from the federal government. And then there's 10 more weeks under this expanded.
Weeks or days? You just said weeks.
Yeah. So there's 12 total weeks. The first 2 weeks, 10 days, work days. are paid sick leave. That's a new entitlement. The balance would have to be their personal sick leave or vacation if you want to stay in paid status.
Okay, I'm still confused. So the last 10 weeks,
So the 10 weeks is the same that they already have for what is called FMLA. However, the government for COVID has expanded the reasons that you can access that leave. However, in both cases, COVID and non-COVID, you are still using your personal time, but this allows other protections, other job protections, to be able to use your leave for that 10 weeks.
okay, so the federal government's not providing any extra funds. They're just allowing the parameters to open up so that you can use your sick leave and your vacation.
Correct. And in nothing that we are talking about, is there any funding source other than city dollars?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have public speak, Councilor Willis?
Yeah, quick question. How would employees who are still unable to work go about applying for these, 2 weeks of time off? What's the process for that like what to do?
Are you asking about the 2 weeks if they were, if they if they had no leave and so they needed to access 2 weeks that we would be providing them, or if they were accessing the paid sick leave or the expanded FMLA leave through the Family First Coronavirus Act? Which one?
The first one, the leave we would be providing them, and then the coronavirus family, I forgot the rest of that, but that last one.
For both of them, they would need to contact HR and consult with a human resources analyst to give information about how to move forward with either of those. Allison, I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Yeah, no, there's an existing process that we would basically duplicate for normal FMLA before COVID. There's a form employees would complete that requests use of that leave. And as I said earlier, under normal circumstances, we would require a doctor's certification as to illness before you'd be granted that leave. And then we track it. There's a payroll code they enter when they use it, and they get 12 weeks under FMLA normally. We would be duplicating that same process. We've created forms that will be rolling out to staff soon and instructions to the managers and the employees about how to access it, what exactly are the entitlements, all that information we're feverishly developing.
And last question, for employees that used up all their sick time and got 2 weeks advanced to them from the city, could you clarify the payback process? Would it be coming out of their checks like every pay period, or would it just be accumulated over time after they've been working?
Talking about the accrual payback?
Yeah, the accrual payback.
It's advanced. I don't know, have you talked to finance about that yet? It typically would just be a deduction they'd see right on their pay stub.
So if they went into negative status, just say 37.5 hours, which is for a full week. And then say that following week, they were able to come back to work. So because they have a negative bank of 37.5 hours, and just say based on the number of years they've worked here, they are accruing 3.75 hours of sick leave every pay period. So then they would pay us back. So that 3.75 that they accrued, that would go and reduce the negative bank until they were able to pay back the full 37.5 hours. And then once they paid it back in full, they would be able to continue to accrue time.
And it's a payback of hours, not of dollars, unless they leave employment before their bank comes back to neutral.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, do we have any public speakers?
We have one caller.
Okay.
I have Tarnell Abbott on the line. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Thank you. This is Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. In the chart of the departments with the numbers after them. There's no indication of how many people are in each department that's listed. I believe that the library employs 27 people. I don't know how many are in recreation or the city attorney's office and so on. So the numbers are not telling the complete story. People shouldn't be punished by having to use their vacation because of being told to stay home. The library staff were told to stay home. Their incompetent director, Katie Carl, could have had them working even with the building closed. Staff gave her many creative ideas of how to work during this time, and she did not respond or communicate for 2+ months. They want to work, and there is work to be done, even while the building is closed. We didn't even have telephone reference in this city where there's a big digital divide. Things that staff could have been getting ready for, like curbside pickup of materials, outreach via KCRT broadcast and other platforms. The same for story times and summer reading games, homework help, and literacy services. Other libraries adapted, found ways to serve their communities until the doors can open. The job of a library director is to advocate for services for the benefit of the community, not go AWOL. Now, why do we have to punish people who work by making them use vacation time because their boss is not creative enough to put them to work in alternative ways? Other departments were able to do this. I think you need to look very closely at this and not take it out on the people who would do the work had they
expired.
Time has expired. Thank you.
That was our only caller.
Okay, anybody want to offer a motion on this item?
Yeah, I'll offer a motion. I'll just, thank staff for looking into this and giving detailed answers to the question, but just philosophically and consciously, I actually agree with the caller. Like, I don't want to be a part of voting to punish people because we told them not to work, and I would make a motion that we continue in the direction we've been going in and adopt option B in the staff recommendations.
I second that.
Okay. I will make a substitute motion that we support the staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
No.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The substitute motion passes with Council Members Martinez and Willis voting no.
Thank you for your time.
Next on the agenda is item F2. And for the record, the time is 7:45 and public comment. The chance to submit a public comment is closed. Item F2 is to receive a report on the status of the fiscal year 2020-21 annual operating budget.
Good afternoon, everyone. Going to give a quick second for pull up the presentation. Okay, so this evening, our item is for council to provide direction on vacant positions and which budget balancing proposals to implement. Our agenda is to receive a quick budget update and to discuss each of the vacancies that we were requesting to fill and to review overtime. It's also to go over the 4 budget balancing proposals, and if council wishes to, we can create an additional one for you this evening, and then to talk about next steps. So you've seen these goals. Our goals remain the same, and it's basically to balance the budget with as least impact on services and staffing, and to also work toward increasing our cash reserves to the policy level. So real quickly on the budget updates, between May 26th council meeting and June 2nd, we had a total savings of just under $5 million for current fiscal year and for $20 million for next fiscal year. That leaves a budget deficit for the current year of just under 2 million and a deficit for next year of 9.7 million. Okay, so this is the general fund overtime, not all funds, but just specifically speaking to general fund overtime. Over the past, this shows 3 years of information, as well as showing you the next fiscal year's budget. As you can see, based on the budget for fiscal year 17-18, we budgeted about 6.1 million, but total expenditures for overtime were about 9.3. In 18-19, we budgeted 6.4 and we spent about 9.4 million. Current year, we budgeted a total of 6.5 million. And as of May 31st, we spent 9.4 million. Next year's budget, if you look at what's budgeted compared to current year, you will see an increase for fire, and that was for just an additional 230,000 for next year for sworn. And then also you'll see a jump to 1.2 million. A lot of that additional overtime is coming from the communication center. What we did was we took communications, they used to be in a separate fund, and they're now residing under the general fund. So there's about $500,000 of overtime that's now included in the general fund side. Now, mind you, general fund was still funding the communication center, so now we just have it sitting in the general fund instead of doing transfers out. So our overtime budget for next fiscal year for general fund only, you can see from the departments, total non-sworn amount is 1.2. And then the total sworn is 6.1 for a grand total of $7.4 million for overtime. Now, if we focus on sworn overtime, we do know that most of the overtime is attributable to injury leaves. So paying an employee their full salary and benefits and then having to backfill that position basically was what you see here for injury leave. Vacancies, having to backfill for positions that are vacant, and then time off when people take their vacations and sick time and so on and so forth. There are a number of reasons why there's overtime for both fire and police outside of the top 3 that I just named. And right now I'm going to ask Chief Shepherd to kind of talk about some of the program costs of why he may have overtime in his budget. This slide here shows you the FTE count starting in 14-15 was at 94, and up to this current year, he's at 89, and showing the overtime for each of those years. So if Chief Shepherd can speak to his operation, then that'd be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Fire Chief Shepherd here. Just as the Finance Director indicated, a bulk of our overtime comes from, is funded for either members who are injured or for what we would call unanticipated leaves. And then additionally, there's some negotiated leaves as well. As indicated, vacation or something like that would be something that we can anticipate. Unfortunately, for firefighters in the profession, you do find yourself getting injured. But some of the things that fall outside of the overtime that's not visualized here on the chart is that we also go out on strike teams. And so when we're on a strike team, that is funded through overtime. However, it may not be reflected in the fiscal year budget, but that money actually does return to the city and goes back into the general fund. So I just want to be clear on that. Additionally, there's when we run academies, we have to take people offline to run academies. A typical academy could cost us approximately $150,000 to run with overtime. So those are some of the things that actually bring those spikes up. But if you look at the chart and you see that that we have highs and lows on the chart, what we did is we did ask for an additional $230,000 as a means of smoothing our overtime to make sure that we're actually asking for what we think we need and trying not to go over. Additionally, as we move into the next fiscal year, we anticipate that some of our people who are off for extended period of time on injury, we anticipate that they'll either get well, we hope them to get well and get back on duty, or some people may decide to retire. Additionally, over time, you can see spikes when people do retire. We're not able to pre-hire people. So what we have to do is actually get those vacancies. Once we get the vacancies, even though behind the scenes we're running academies and we have an anticipation or expectation that people will retire, it's only once they retire can we actually hire against that. And when we hire against that, it's still going to take an additional 5 to 6 months to get someone through an academy, get them spooled up and actually getting online. So there is a spike in that overtime, but that also is offset by the savings inside the vacancies. Do you have any questions of me?
I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
If I may. What is this about the strike funds? How much money are we talking about?
Well, strike teams vary. Last year, I believe our team went out and we were reimbursed thus far $109,000. This year, I believe we received 30 some odd $1,000 back, and in the year previous, I would say it was about $160,000. So it fluctuates, sir.
Okay, so so it fluctuates, and you said that that the money is returned. How is the return of the money documented?
The check actually comes to the fire department. We turn that check over to finance, and it's put back into the general fund. It's a revenue account.
Yes,
revenue
it's
account,
posted to the fire department's budget.
Yes.
And the revenue.
Sorry?
That money does come back into the fire department's budget under a revenue string. So you don't see it offsetting the overtime. It doesn't hit the overtime line. It hits a revenue line.
Okay. So the money comes out of the fire department budget, and it goes back into the fire department budget, correct?
Well, it comes out of the fire department overtime budget. And that's the thing. So you won't see it reflected in overtime when it comes back.
Yes, it does hit the fire department's budget, going out and coming back.
Okay, but it goes out as overtime and it comes back as
revenue.
As revenue.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had a question, Tom.
Okay.
As relate that return of finances for overtime should be denoted so that it reflects that it's not that it is part of it being paid back. But that's something that finance and the fire chief. My question has to do with who authorized overtime, both in the police and in the fire department. Is it the chief? What is the oversight of authority?
So Vice Mayor Bates, I am the person who authorizes the overtime. Vacancies are, for the most part, we try to project, like, let's say a vacation, that's projected so we can see that on the horizon. what's, again, some of the unexpected overtimes would be an injury or sick leave. And so those may be just-in-time type overtimes. The battalion chief will we have a software platform that we use, Telestaff, and we can see those vacancies as they are entered into the Telestaff. Per our agreement, the MOU agreement, we're required to staff 7 engines and 1 truck each day. So the battalion chief will seek people who can work those overtimes, of which we're required to backfill.
Okay, well, I appreciate your comment. You know, and looking at that overtime, it is embarrassing that if we budget 6 million and the police and fire wound up going 9 million, that's 30-some% over what we was budgeted. And that was an incident where one fire captain, I can't understand how he can earn more money in overtime than he does in his regular salary. Something is amiss without either inadequate supervision or people just are taking and abusing the system. Something got to be corrected in this area. And I wondered if you had any ideas of, and I know before you came aboard, there was a continued misuse of sick leave and overpayment and overtime like nobody's business. You got any ideas of how we can get control over when we budget a certain amount that it don't go 30-some% above at the end of the year? And I think the chief of police ought to be addressing this as well.
So Vice Mayor Bates, yeah, there are some corrections that we attempt to make. First and foremost, we're working very closely with the risk manager to, as I indicated earlier, get our people well, get them back on duty, and for other people who may not be returning to get them off our books. We're also trying to do an analysis and find that sweet spot to find out how many people actually need to be on our staff to prevent us from actually having to hire an overtime, but actually to have, if we have an overage or what we call a route person, to actually cover those vacations. So we're actually paying regular salary as opposed to overtime. And so there's a balance there. We're doing the analysis right now. We hope to find out what that sweet spot or that number is and really bring down this cost. I did provide earlier today, and I know it's not reflected in this chart, but I did provide the finance director basically a snapshot of our overtime since 2015 through today. And even though it's cyclical, you can see that there was actually a marked decrease over the last couple of years in overtime. And again, if you calculate for all the COLAs that have gone into people's salaries, the overtime, again, it's not where we want it, and I share your concern, but the overtime actually has decreased over the last couple of years.
All right, the last question is that how long do you allow a person to be on sick leave before you say you got to retire? I mean, you know, some of these injuries, if they're so severe that a person is on sick leave for a long time, it don't make sense for them to come back because they're injured and they're going to go out the next month or so. What is the duration of sick leave, and when do you sort of say, hey, it's time to retire or whatever?
Yeah, that's a difficult one to answer. That's really handled by risk management and lawyers. A lot of time people are represented, so we don't have the opportunity to speak to them. So the risk manager, if the risk manager is online, they can actually answer that question. But as far
well, what's the length of some of your employees that are on sick leave?
We've had some in excess of a year.
And what's the current status of sick leave with employees?
And I apologize, Vice Mayor.
In duration. In duration.
Well, some people who are off on injury have been off for upwards of a year. We have a few captains who've been off for an extended period of time, and a couple of engineers who've been off for an extended period of time, again, upwards of a year. As far as sick leave, it's very sporadic. We have a pretty robust workforce. So our people, in my opinion, haven't necessarily utilized a lot of the sick leave, except for when they are sick. Again, we had a little bit of a spike. We had some people who were concerned, who may have been exposed during the early stages of COVID. So they were off for the specified period of time. That obviously resulted in a small spike in overtime. Obviously, we have a cold and flu season, and our people come in contact with a sick population. As 80% of our work is EMS, and we respond to people who are sick. I think it's the injury leave, and my chart indicates that the injury leave was approximately $1.7 million for the year.
I'm curious, someone who's out for a year, how much of that is paid sick leave and how much of it is unpaid?
So I think the fire chief was correct in that if we want to explore injury leaves, we probably should set a different item and bring our risk manager in because there is a lot of components to it. There's a lot of laws that we are complying with, and as well as wanting to support our staff. So there are laws that allow folks to be out on leave for at least a year.
Paid leave?
Yes.
And that would be their 4850.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and all these questions have been about fire overtime. Are there any more questions on that, or can we move on through the rest of the presentation? Okay, let's keep moving through the presentation then.
I have a quick couple questions, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, so you are the one that approves the overtime, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so when you approve any other overtime, can you give us an idea what overtime is usually going to? Like, is it festivals? Is it events? Is it emergency situations? Like, where do you see the most overtime coming from?
So our overtime typically goes for injury leave, sick. We don't do pay overtime for festivals or events. Again, what we can expect as far as comp time, as far as vacation, then of course what's unexpected is sick leave. Training, as I indicated, if we run an academy, there will be overtime associated to that as well.
Okay, yeah, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move ahead with the presentation.
All right, thank you, Chief Shepherd. Now we're going to move on to the police sworn overtime. We did find an error with this chart. If you notice, it's showing right now actuals for fiscal year 18-19 is the same as this current year to date. So basically everything that's in 14-15 needs to shift over to the right. So these are off by 1 year, unfortunately. But it does show that the overtime has ranged from about 4.6 million up to the height of 5.9, with sworn FTEs at its peak being 196 and current year being at 178. I'm going to let Chief French talk about the categories and other areas where she spends overtime.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Councilmen. So last year, we actually underwent a reorganization here at the police department because we realized that a majority of our overtime was coming in from filling in for vacant patrol duty. So we have minimum staffing requirements. We have 3 different districts within the city, North, Central, and South. And each of those districts is broken up into 3 different beats. So there's 9 beats throughout the city, 3 in South, 3 in North, and 3 in Central. And at any given duty, per our policy, there should be an officer staffing each of those beats. So there's 9 beat officers. There's usually a crime scene technician, as well as 2 sergeants and a watch commander. The watch commander we put back into structure this year after numerous requests by the Police Officers Association, and as a result of the MBD report that was very critical of not having watch commanders on duty. So we have a watch commander on duty 24 hours, 7 days a week, and the 2 sergeants that supervise the officers that are on the beats. And in doing this, the purpose of doing this was when I became chief, the interim chief, I wanted to make sure that we had enough patrol officers so that they weren't being forced overtime on a continual basis like they had been in the past. Because we didn't have enough staffing, if you'll see the numbers for our staffing, our full-time staffing have gone down. And even though it shows for budget year 1920 that we have 178 officers, we actually only have 150 officers. The rest are vacant positions. So right now we have the lowest amount of officers working on the street than we've had probably my entire career. So 150 officers. And out of that 150 officers, we have 12 officers that are off on injury leave and another 4 officers that are on modified duty. So that's a significantly low number. And knowing that we had that low of a number moving into 2020, I worked with staff to reorganize the police department. That meant we had to take officers from other areas of the department and move them into our patrol functions so that we weren't spending as much overtime staffing the beats because we didn't have enough officers for the teams. So we restructured our staffing configuration for patrol. And what we are aiming to do is put above and beyond that number 9. So there's 9 beats. We always have to have staff. Our goal is to put at least 12 officers on each team so that at any given time, we have to allow 2 officers to be off on vacation. That's per MOU. And if an officer calls in sick, that means that we would still have that minimum number of 9, and we wouldn't have to staff for overtime. So the goal is to put 12 officers on each team, and we have 5 teams, and we're close to doing that right now with some officers coming off of training in the next few months. And that has been representative in our reducing some of our overtime numbers in the last couple of months. So with that, the other areas that we use overtime are investigations. So anytime something happens off hours, a critical incident, we have to call out investigators to investigate that incident. So that's like those homicides, very significant sexual assaults and stuff like that. Not called out for every investigation, but some of those investigations that are very critical that need immediate attention, we call out detectives for. Additionally, historically over the last, 5+ years at least, we've been using at least $100,000 in overtime for all of the festivals that we have in the city. And those are city run festivals. So I'm talking about Cinco de Mayo, Juneteenth, National Night Out, all of the kind of city backed functions that we have. We've been spending here just alone at the police department about $100,000 in overtime for those things. We have court overtime. Anytime an officer is called in for court and they're not on duty, that's an overtime cost. For the school district, overtime for special events wasn't covered in their contract. So when we had basketball games, football games, dances, school board meetings, those were all done on overtime. Additional meetings. So the community has this expectation because this is what we've done over the last 10 or so years, that we respond to all neighborhood council meetings. We always have an officer to go. Sometimes if an officer, the beat officer that's responsible for that meeting, if they weren't on duty at the time, they would go on overtime. Once a month, I have a crime accountability and general staff meeting in which all the managers come together and we look at what the crime is across the board for the city for the month, and talk about general staff stuff. We used to have 2 meetings a month. We've narrowed that down to just 1 where we cover all the topics. And so normally all the managers have to come in for that meeting, and that's an overtime issue. Being a 24/7 hour a day operation, it's not easy to get everybody into the room at one time. Additionally, a lot of people want explorers at their events. There's a lot of events throughout the city that request explorers. And even though the explorers, we don't pay the explorers, the officers, there has to be a certain number of officers per explorer ratio. And so the officers are normally here on overtime. So I'm expecting that in the next year, for the remainder of this year, our overtime will go down in terms of how we respond to the regular patrol calls for service. However, when we disband the units to put more officers in on patrol, that means we don't have the extra units that used to handle some of those extra duties. So for example, we had a Bravo unit, a foot and bike patrol unit that would focus on, so right now we're looking at 4th of July and fireworks. So during this time, they would really focus their efforts on looking, contacting the residents in the areas where we're getting shot spotter reports or fireworks reports, and hand out literature, educate, and let people know we have a lot of activity in this area, and to call us for fireworks or shots fired calls. Additionally, we have a big issue with, we've had issues with prostitution on 23rd Street. Well, we would have this Bravo unit who wouldn't be here on overtime, it's their regular time, and they would focus on those issues because it's not something that the beat officers have time to focus on during their normal duties. Things like that, drug houses, just those extra kind of attention things that we need to focus on. Anytime we have an uptick in shootings, there might be 5 shootings over a weekend, and we want to put officers focused in on the areas where they were having those calls or having those shootings at, so that, you know, there's high visibility and less propensity for additional shootings. Those were all done by special units that we no longer have because I've refocused those people to be on patrol, so we're not backfilling for the patrol beat assignment. So those are the kinds of things that will still entail overtime if those things occur. So those are the things that we've used overtime for and focused our overtime efforts.
Are there questions about police overtime, about the police overtime presentation? I can't see everybody here. Can somebody put the whole screen back up for a minute?
I had a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
While I understand a lot of the police overtime, I do not understand, can you hear me?
Yes.
I do not understand how non-sworn personnel who work mainly 8 hours a day accumulate almost $1 million plus in overtime.
Much of that overtime was spent in our communications center because we were very short-staffed communications dispatchers. We're still down 3. We were able to hire, I think 3 or 4 just this year. So we're getting back up to staffing, but a lot of those costs were communications dispatcher. And just like police officers, we have to have dispatchers to answer 911 calls, and there's minimum staffing for dispatchers also. So many of those costs for communications.
Who has a sole responsibility for approving overtime?
So I'm ultimately responsible. My captains are responsible for each of their bureaus. We this year we moved to a new structure where we have 3 captains as opposed to 4. So each of them are responsible for a bureau, policing bureau, investigations bureau, and admin. And so the captains are now approving all overtime in each of their bureaus. Court overtime is automatic. And when we have to backfill for a patrol team for minimum staffing, that's pretty much automatic, but it is approved through the captains also.
Well, do you see the necessity to control the overtime? Because you and both the fire department, almost 30-some% over what is budgeted. If we budget a certain amount, it seemed to be that, you know, department heads ought to adhere to that and keep it at least reasonably and not 30% or thereabout above what is being budgeted.
I understand that, and I do think I am responsible for budgeting for overtime. As you will see though in our numbers, and I really think it's an issue of whether we're budgeting enough. We know that over the last I would venture to say at least 10 years, that we've used at least $4 million+ in overtime every year. Yet we have not, we haven't increased to that number. Even when we had 196 officers sworn, which was actually the actual number was 182 actual officers, we still used $4.8 million in overtime. So to me, with 150 officers now, we're using a lot less overtime than when we're using then, if you compare the numbers of officers that we have. But I really think that we need to be looking at the number that we have, the number that we're actually putting on there as overtime, when we know that we've always spent over that amount.
Any other questions on police? Councilor Willis?
Yeah, thank you, Chief French, for the explanation. My question is, and I want to appreciate the predicament is to maintain staffing levels to a degree with a high demand that happens in the community. So I do want to appreciate that. But my question stemming from frustration is, what can, police and fire do to restructure priorities in order to make sure that we're not going over overtime limits? Because, to the previous conversations last week, we're being asked to keep vacant positions on the books in terms of looking at layoffs because we're predicting overtime. And I'm trying to see how we restructure our day-to-day work priorities to ensure that we're not going overtime limits and just stick to the priorities of the day-to-day operations and cut off any excess waste on things we don't need to be spending overtime on. And this comes from not even being a this year issue. This has been an issue that's been going on for years, even before some of us have been on this council. And I think it's time that we work on reining that in personally, but what can we do to restructure it?
So I think I've done some things to restructure. Like I talked about, we restructured our patrol structure, and actually the numbers are showing a reduction in the amount of overtime that we're using for backfill patrol. Now we had kind of an anomaly this year where we, a month and a half ago, we had a large operation in which we had a gang that was involved in a lot of criminal activity, and to include numerous shootings, robberies, all kinds of activity that actually we had to focus our attention and spent a lot of overtime to bring that case to a close and bring 8 people into custody and get them charged. That's not always going to happen. And so I think that that's one thing. The second thing is that we really need to be honest with the community about what their expectations are and what we're actually able to do. We know we have budget deficit. We know that we spend a lot of, and we've really done a good job in building our community relationships by being at so many activities, and every function you see an officer at. And we just can no longer do that. We can no longer afford to send an officer to every single neighborhood council meetings. We have a lot of neighborhood council meetings here in the city, and we just can't afford to send that. So I'm looking at maybe instead of sending an officer to every neighborhood council meeting, they have the RNCC where all the presidents go, and we just have an officer go there and get the information, and they can take it into their communities. But I have to tell you that the community is not used to that. And anytime we broach the subject, they're like, we want our officer at our meeting. And it's not that they just want any beat officer. They want the same officer at the meeting every month. And so that officer's not always on duty or working. And so it's things like that. Even many of you probably didn't even know that we spent $100,000 a year at festivals. I mean, that's a lot of money. So it's just being honest with our community about what we're going to be able to provide moving forward due to budget constraints.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I'm just gonna state again, it's just frustrating because I don't like seeing that we have, another question now that I thought about it. With what's happening with COVID now, there's not gonna be as many festivals or events or even neighborhood get-togethers for like the foreseeable future. Is that going to have an impact on overtime spending, and what do we predict the savings is going to be from that?
I don't know what the savings will be. Ms. Brown might be able to help us a little bit more in that area, but I do expect that there will be, if there's no events this year like National Night Out. We already didn't have Cinco de Mayo. If we don't have Juneteenth, 3rd of July fireworks, all of those events cost us a lot of money. And so if we don't have them, there will be savings in overtime this year.
And the council has already adopted those savings to be included in the approximately $20 million of non-staff impacts. So we have accounted for savings from overtime related to festivals.
Okay, anybody else got a hand up on this one? All right, let's, Councilmember Meyer.
So real quick, because you mentioned the dispatchers, and that's also on our list, how many dispatchers do we currently have working in the city of Richmond?
I believe there are, let's see, I have it. $19, including the supervisors.
19, including the supervisor. And you're currently proposing, in terms of what we're looking for the current vacancy list, that we hire 2 dispatcher 1s and 1 dispatcher 2, so 3 total?
Yes.
Okay. What's the difference between a dispatcher 1 and a dispatcher 2?
Normally has to do with the time that they've been on. So if you have a certain amount of hours on, sometimes it involves if you're a trainer or not. There's certain criteria that you move from a dispatcher 1 to a dispatcher 2. I think mainly it has to do with time that you're, the amount of time that you're a dispatcher.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The question I had, Madam, Mr. Mayor and Police Chief, do we continue to operate a jail?
Yes.
El Cerrito doesn't have a jail. San Pablo doesn't have a jail. They all use the county facilities, I understand. Why are we continuing to be antiquated? And that could be a significant savings in the budget.
We are looking at the
Patrol, I don't think have a jail. Well, let's be creative and let's, stop looking and let's start doing. If El Cerrito, San Pablo, Pinole, Hercules do not have a jail, why is Richmond, unless we are contracting with those jurisdictions and getting some money for the services? Otherwise, utilize the West County Jail or the Martinez, like the other cities surrounding us do.
So we would have to take all of our prisoners out to Martinez. West County doesn't accept prisoners here. And that would take several hours of a beat officer being off the street. So if minimum staffing is 9 officers, that's 9 officers to take care of the entire city.
But El Cerrito, San Pablo, Pinole, they all do it. That's Are
we frozen?
I still don't understand. Yeah, I got frozen, I guess. The point I'm making is all of the West County cities utilize the Martinez jail. It's a significant cost, and if you do the tabulation, you will probably find that it's less expensive to transport prisoners to Martinez than it is to continue to operate a jail system here in our own city. That's money saved. And if you do an analysis, it depends on how much money is saved, whether we should continue or not. But if you did a financial analysis and you find that we're saving millions of dollars, whatever, then it's worthwhile. If we're not saving, then you got justification to keep and maintain it. Let's be creative and be, innovative and whatever we do, make it be justifiable.
Okay, we'll do an analysis.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
Okay, other questions?
A couple other quick questions. When it comes to the 911 calls, and if there's a mental health situation, like how much time does that take out of an officer's day, and what's the protocol for that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the beginning of your question.
For like a 911 call, I know depending on the situation, that could have an effect on overtime. So if it's somebody with a mental health situation, how much out a day does that generally take an officer to deal with?
It really depends on the situation. Not every call is going to generate overtime, but if it's the end of a shift and there's a rape or something that takes a long time, then that might go into overtime where somebody has to stay over their shift to write a report or finish investigation or something like that. Same thing with booking prisoners. We have to go out to Martinez sometimes, and it could be the end of a shift and somebody might have to stay over, but it's every situation is different. There's not a set time frame.
Okay, and my last question is in regards to our police substations. I'm curious, how much money are we spending on our substations? Because I work in the area where one of the substations are, and when I'm at Hilltop, more times than not, the place is generally vacant. So it's like, how much money are we spending on those substations? And at this point, are they absolutely essential when we're looking at a structural budget deficit? Because I'm looking at that as possible savings too, if we're having people patrol our streets anyway.
So we're not using the Hilltop substation. There are a couple other ones. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I was speaking out loud. I said that's new to me. I didn't know we weren't using the Hilltop one anymore.
Yes, we're no longer using the Hilltop substation. We have the Iron Triangle substation, which we still use. And I don't think that there's a cost associated. I need to double check, but I don't think there's a cost associated with that, as well as the Valley View one that's connected to the fire station. The cost, I don't.
No cost.
Okay, there's no cost associated with them.
And there's no cost associated to the Iron Triangle one either?
Not that I'm aware of, and I've gone over the budget. I don't see any costs in the budget. I don't think that we're paying any cost for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, let's move ahead with the presentation.
We're going to go ahead and move to slide 14 and do our vacancy summary. So far, through the council meetings, you have approved a $5.9 million freeze on positions. Staff is still requesting to fill $5 million worth of vacancies. So that's 1.8 for non-sworn and 3.2 for sworn. Next slide. That 5.9 equated to 34 vacancies, which you see here on this slide. On the next slide, we're going to go through by department, the positions that are being requested. I'm going to let each department head speak to the justification of why they need to keep their positions. Up first is Chief French.
Okay, before we get started with this, what we agreed to last time we discussed this is that we're going to go through these one at a time, and we're going to take a vote. I think it'll be a straw vote, just to save time, so it doesn't have to be official. But we're going to go through this line item by line item, and then I'm gonna ask. I think what I'm going to do to try to save time is ask if to see if there's 4 votes to keep the position. And if there's 4 votes to keep it, we'll tentatively put it on a keeper list. If there's not 4 votes to keep it, we'll put it on a scrub list. And then we'll have to come back and revisit it, on a formal way, but this will help move us ahead. And this is
Can I have a question?
Yeah.
Before we even start, the first item on there is this police lieutenant. I've been looking all week at the vacancy list that we got before, and it's not on that list. Is this in addition to that, or is this what is this police lieutenant position? Can we get an answer on that real quick?
Yes, Markeisha, can you go back to slide 7, please? So that's line 20. So what happened was earlier, we accidentally had this marked for a hiring freeze. And so that was a mistake on our part. So we put it back in on the, we added it back in, and we're asking you to now vote on whether or not she can fill the position.
So for tonight's purposes, you unfroze it, right?
Right, it should not have been placed on a frozen list. She was requesting that it be filled.
Okay. This is going to be a little unwieldy, because what we're going to have to do after each one of these, whoever's controlling the screen is going to have to bring up the full screen so I can see council members if we're going to take a straw vote.
Okay.
So I don't know any other way to do it.
Can we just raise our hands? We can raise our hands on the.
Well, I can't see, but
if you click on participants, you'll be able to see everyone who has their hands raised. So if you click on there, I just raised my hand. Can you see that, Mr. Mayor? There should be a blue hand next to my name, and even at the top, you can see the number of people have their hand raised.
Okay, good point. All right, we'll do that then. Okay, all right.
And I'm sorry, another question before we go through these.
Yeah.
Obviously, the second and third one are ones where the proposal is hiring not just 1, but 8 officers, and the next one's hiring 4 sergeants. If you just say yes or no, then that doesn't leave any room for if there was sort of, and I don't know that there is interest in this, but if there was interest in doing a lower number of officers and not doing the full 8. So I'm just sort of figuring how do we deal with that, or deal with that at the end.
Somebody want to answer that? I don't know how you do it.
Well, how about if you want to change the number on here, you can offer that up and we can see what happens, I guess.
I guess we'll wait till the end for that and see if we do that as a motion or something when we get to that part.
Okay, sounds good. Chief French, you want to start with your first position, the police lieutenant?
So I have 1 police lieutenant vacancy. This vacancy is one that would have to be backfilled if by overtime if we don't fill it. We already have a lieutenant that's been off on long-term injury. So really I have 2, I'm down 2 lieutenants.
I haven't said anything about overtime yet, but I'm going to throw this out because it's pertinent to what we're doing right now. First of all, to the finance director, you emailed me I don't know, a couple of days ago that the total overtime was $8 million. In this presentation tonight, I think it was 7.4 million. Is that right?
It also reflected all funds, not just general funds. So we showed tonight in this presentation.
General fund overtime.
Yes,
Is what, 7.4 million?
correct.
Okay. So when the time comes, so just so you understand how I vote on these things, when the time comes, I'm prepared to recommend that we either zero out all overtime or maybe reduce it across the board to something like 10%. You know, what we've seen is that year after year, overtime has been abused. Department heads ask for a certain amount in their budget. It goes into the budget, and then they proceed to spend half again as much or twice as much on overtime. It's just year after year. It's crazy. And then the other thing is that some individuals, as Vice Mayor Bates said, they make more money on overtime than they make on regular time. Some of these individuals are pulling down over $500,000 a year in total compensation. And I think that we've got to make some hard decisions about this budget. You know, some of the things that are up for grabs, there aren't a lot of things that are up for grabs. There's about 4. One of them is layoffs. One of them is concessions by the unions. One of them is spending down the reserves. And one of them is freezing positions, which is what we're talking about now. Something nobody's talking about is getting rid of overtime. And everybody talks about how hard it is. All these things have to be done, you know, but at the end of the day, if the city manager told the police chief and the fire chief that you have no budget for overtime, you got to deal with it. You got to suck it up and you got to deal with it. They'll deal with it, you know. Sure, it's gonna affect some things. It's gonna affect services, but you know, it can be done. And the alternative, you know, the alternatives are not necessarily desirable. In the case of these vacancies, it's cheaper for the city to hire 8 new police officers than it is to pay existing already highly paid senior officers overtime. So when I support hiring some of these new people, it's not because I want to bust the budget. It's because I want to find another way to make up for it. And the way I'm proposing is get rid of overtime. So that's my take on it. All right, so let's go back. Did you review the?
Mr. Mayor, really quickly, I was just wondering, and maybe I should have asked this in the beginning. Did you not want the unions to make their presentation before we started voting on positions?
Well, this is a straw vote. So, you know, it's like a chicken and egg. I mean, do we do ours first or do they do theirs first? And so what I told them was when we got done with ours, they could make their presentation. So this is not a final vote. This is a straw vote, okay?
With that in mind, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we just go through these all right now without doing the straw vote? And then after everything, we actually do a real vote and we actually make motions for what we really want to do after, you know, because obviously we're gonna have to wait for public comment anyway, even after the union presentation. So instead of doing we can do a straw vote, I don't have a problem with it, but it seems to me like at the end of the day, we're gonna have to make a motion on these things before we leave today. So we might as well just, you know, I don't know.
Well, that makes some sense. Although some council members last time asked to go through these individually and
No, I agree. I'm just saying, I don't know if we need to do the straw vote on them right now. Because I mean, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to do a motion that encompasses we're gonna have to do a motion or a series of motions. It may not be one motion that encompasses what we want to do with these positions.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would suggest that we hear all the presentations, which means the staff and what the union have to offer. Then we'll have a more intelligent information as to how we should or should not vote. I have no idea what the union is going to come up with in our recommendation, but it may be that there's some areas that we may agree with, and we already taken a straw vote on something else, you know. So let's hear all the presentations, and then we make a vote one way or the other.
All right, we can do that. So let's move through here.
So I have the police officer position. So in total, I have 35 vacant positions in the police department. I'm not asking to fill all 35. The 8 police officer vacancies right now, there's 15 police officer vacancies. I would like to fill 8 of them. If we freeze all 15 of them, we're going to be way behind the cup in trying to fill these positions once we unfreeze these positions. It takes at least 6 months to hire a police officer, doing a background, another 6 months to get them trained in a police academy, and then another 6 months on training in the department or on the streets. And so that's a year and a half that we'll be behind the mark in trying to get a police officer to fill a position. So the more overtime cost that we'll incur in the long run if we just freeze all positions and we're not able to hire any. In addition, we're going to have a lot of officers. We have officers that are going to continue to retire. And like I said, we have 12 officers up on injury leave right now. And some of those officers we don't anticipate coming back.
I have a question on this. One of the things you said there's minimum staffing requirements in the RPO MOU. I asked staff for documentation of that several days ago, and all I've gotten is a copy of the police department policy manual. And that doesn't look like an MOU to me. So if in fact this is an MOU, could somebody track it down and send it to me?
I was mistaken. It's not through the MOU, it's through policy. Our policy manual says that our minimum staffing will be 9 officers, basically the beat officers.
So does the policy manual, I mean, that's
policy.
The chief of police writes the policy manual, right?
We do, but it's a meet and confer issue with the POA because it's a change in working conditions.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could interject, both the personnel standards in the department as well as the MOU are subject to meet and confer. And because of those minimum standards, you can unfund overtime, take it out of the budget if you wish, but it does not change our obligation under the law to pay it because those employees are under the Fair Labor Standards Act and we are required by law to pay it.
Well, maybe I shouldn't bring it up, but that's not the answer we got in closed session. We were told that we could do this. So I need people to get their story straight. It's not going to be easy, but we could do it. Okay. Any other questions?
I have a comment. On slide 9, we have the budget to the actual. With what I'm hearing you say is that it doesn't matter what we budget because we have to pay whatever, which takes us what $3 million over budget. I mean, every year the actual is millions over the budget. So what good does it do to budget if you're required to spend over budget no matter what you do?
I thought we were going through the list of positions. I didn't know we had arrived at questions already.
Well, we're trying to understand, we were trying to understand the justification for these, and one of the justifications, you know, is that they keep bringing up these minimum staffing requirements per MOU. So I think that's a legitimate question, and I think that I think all of us understand that it's not easy, but that at the end of the day, we, the city council, control. You know, we control the funding of these positions, and if we don't want to fund them, I don't think at the end of the day anybody can make us do it. But maybe, you know, it's complicated. Okay, let's keep going.
Have 4 police sergeants. When I became the interim chief, there were promotions to be made. I have held off on making any promotions since I've been interim chief, trying to build up our force again and address the staffing issues. And so for the police lieutenant and the sergeants, I haven't made those promotions, anticipating that we'll have more staff that are being released to full-time patrol. And so we will be able to make those promotions in the next fiscal year. So again, with the staffing requirements, there's two sergeants that are on duty for every team. And when those sergeants aren't here, we fill in with overtime so that we can always make sure that there's 2 sergeants per team. Moving on to the non-sworn positions, we have a crime scene technician. When that position's not filled by a non-sworn person, a sworn person has to do those duties. And I'm trying to bring up the sworn numbers. Again, I'm down to 150 sworn police officers, trying to get back up to our authorized strength of 178. So hiring a civilian to fill in for the crime scene tech will allow it for another police officer to do patrol officer duties. Communication.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
Through the mayor, can I ask a question about that?
Yes, please.
Crime scene technician, I understand what you're saying, that not having it means that officer does it. Do we have any on staff right now, or is it right now vacant, and it's like how many do we have currently?
We currently have 3.
So we have 3. Okay, so this will be a 4th. And so you're saying that because we don't have enough officers end up doing the work, which costs more money. Am I understanding?
Yes, we have
Okay.
5 patrol teams. Ideally, we would like to have a civilian crime scene technician be on each one of our teams. Because the teams that they're not on, that position is filled by a sworn officer. Moving on to the communications dispatchers, we talked about that. We've incurred a significant amount of overtime backfilling for communications dispatchers because we need to make sure it's a 24/7 operation. And so I would like to hire those 3 dispatcher positions. In addition to dispatchers filling in on overtime, we also have police officers filling in on overtime in that position also, because the dispatchers were getting burnt out and not being able to fill in all of the vacant positions there. So hiring those will eliminate the need for police officers to fill in and for the overtime in the communications dispatch center. The parking enforcement representative, this could be a revenue generating position with citations. I'm not looking to fill it until this next fiscal year.
So question on that one as well? Oh,
Yes.
sorry. I'll let you finish. You were going to say something else about it.
I was just going to say not looking to fill this until we resume all of our regular enforcement for
Okay.
parking.
And then I was going to say, do we have any on staff currently, or would this be the?
No, we have 3 on staff.
We have 3 on staff currently. And the revenue, I understand you said this potential loss of revenue is, do we know what amount of revenue that is annually? And let me just be blunt with it. Is it more than $118,000 and 400? Is it more than $118,422?
Per person, probably not.
Okay.
So I asked the question.
Yes.
So we're spending 118,000 on how many parking enforcement representatives?
3.
So that's
This will be a
about 3,
4.
that's almost 360,000. And our revenue is generated amounts to approximately what?
I think the number that was provided from finance for me was, last year was 600 and something thousand. Ms. Brown,
Well,
do you have that number for the revenue?
I would have to look it up, but your parking enforcement people do more than issue citations. So everything that they do is not revenue generating, correct?
Correct. It's a lot of quality of life, towing vehicles, abandoned vehicles, helping with traffic control at accidents and stuff like that. There's a lot more than just issuing citations.
On a follow-up on that point, I seem to recall that don't we have contracts with towing companies that also do that too when there's a neighborhood complaint as to abandoned vehicles?
So the tow companies come when we call them. And so the parking enforcement people go out and they make sure that we have the authority to tow the car. So they'll issue a citation or put the red tag on and go back 3 days later. And that's when they call the tow company to come tow the car. So the tow companies don't initiate the tows, our parking enforcement and officers do.
I mean, okay, no, thank you for that. I kind of think there might be creative ways to get around it if the chips were on the table, but thank you for that distinction and clarification.
Moving on, we have record specialists. Over the last couple of years during budget, we've actually cut 2 positions. This will be a 3rd if we're not allowed to hire this one. It is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation with coverage. And so not feeling this is going to result in overtime, and it has been resulting in overtime with this being an empty position. And finally, a senior accountant. The police department has always had an accountant and an accountant 2 position. So we've had 2 different accountants within the police department for many years. This is the first time when we've had neither. And I could tell you that this budget process has been extremely difficult, trying to compile the information myself, trying to work with finance, and finance has been supportive, but not having somebody here in the police department to provide reports and documentation, especially in a timely manner, has been very difficult. Additionally, many of the grants that we go after that provide us funding require a chief financial officer, and we don't have that right now. And so we've been kind of dancing around that issue and working with finance department on that. But if no other position, I need a senior accountant like yesterday. That's all.
Next, we go to the city manager's office. Is Sasha Curl available?
I certainly am. I'm available. This is Shas. Mayor Butt, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So the position noted here is the environmental manager position. As you may recall, we formerly had a great colleague in this role of environmental services manager, Adam Lenz. Several months ago, he moved on. And since that time, we've been absorbing, or I should say, trying to absorb this work internally. Unfortunately, it has not been possible with the demands of the Housing Authority, Arts and Culture Division, economic development and real estate work that we are now charged with in the city manager's office. So I feel very strongly that if the city council would like us to continue to address environmental quality, as noted in the community survey as priority number 2, and continue to implement the climate action plan, I respectfully request that you consider allowing me to fill this position. I can do so with proceeds from the ECIA agreement. We have specific line items in that agreement for local greenhouse gas emission reductions that we've done very well with. And you recently directed us to work with Republic, and we've increased franchise fees to improve environmental quality. So those could be the 3 funding sources. I also want to note that if we're unable to fill this position, we have a number of boards and commissions and committees that we are currently staffing in the city manager's office that range from the police commission to the economic development commission to the public art commission, the arts and culture commission, the Richmond Housing Authority. The housing authority has several corporations, and on and on and on. And we have in excess of 10 of those. And that we also have regional boards that we provide liaison support for example, the Recycle More board, WIDA when we're commencing with services. So I just want to flag that in the city manager's office, I am always flexible. I completely defer to city council. And but I just want you to know that as we're looking at these sorts of positions, that if we're not able to fill them, we will need to be working with you to look at reducing services, because unfortunately, we are not in a position where we can continue to provide the level of service that has been requested with the reorg without staff resources. So just want to make sure everyone's clear, and we're happy to work with you as you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, question for this one?
Yes, go ahead.
So I heard you saying that you're gonna, and I see in the list that this is partially funded through ECIA. What percentage of this is funded through ECIA, and how much would we be funding through the general fund?
I am proposing at this juncture, I would propose like a 60-40 mix. We could do it 100%, but I think it's important that we made a commitment to Richmond residents that we were going to work on improving environmental quality when we increased our franchise fees. And so I really want to honor that commitment and make sure that we're doing a good job of tracking those expenditures and bringing clear deliverables to the city council that we've implemented in collaboration with the abatement staff that are in Yotter's team. And so
hold on, Shas. Going back to I just want to get on the money with it.
60% from ECIA, 40%.
But I also heard you say we could potentially do more. Could it potentially be fully funded through the ECIA? I guess what I'm asking.
It could, but that would mean that, and I defer to city council, but that will mean, for example, less
money for other programs.
Exactly. So for example, we're going to be sending out a mailer with grid alternatives for solar for income qualifying households. We have enough resources to honor our current commitments, but you know, we have 5 years left in the agreement. And so just really trying to be prudent. If I can utilize other grants that we continue to leverage, whether that's from EPA or BACMed, I will do so.
And then you mentioned the franchise fees.
Yes.
But that couldn't pay for this unless it's indirectly or unless it's at the end.
No, it
of
can.
The year.
Yes, it can. In the budget that you approved a couple of months ago, and the work for that, it does actually approve some staff costs for those franchise fees to implement the programming that we need to roll out to meet the state law requirements around diversion.
So if we did that, could this be zero from the general fund? Could that cover? In other words, could that cover the other 40%?
No, for full transparency, technically franchise fees come into the general fund.
Okay.
Right. So we don't want to double count.
Okay, so I guess that's what I mean when I said that can't do that. Is it's already sort of baked into the cake. Okay.
Right.
So
but if city council wants to do 100% ECIA, I can certainly do that.
We could potentially do that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have the city attorney's office. Is Rachel available?
No. Hi, I'm here, Mayor and council members. So the position of the city attorney is an officer in the city charter, you know, along with the city manager, city clerk, and city attorney, and the city is required to have a city attorney.
Questions? Okay, moving on.
Yeah, so obviously, yeah, it's a position that we need. The question is obviously, Rachel, you're currently our interim city attorney, right? So if we were to maintain you as the interim city attorney for the entirety of this fiscal year, this is just theoretically, I don't know if my colleagues would even be, you know, supportive of this from a policy perspective, you know, as a policy decision. But theoretically, if we were to maintain you as interim city attorney throughout the fiscal year, couldn't we save this money by not hiring a permanent city attorney until next year?
I think, do you want to take that one?
I would, I'm sorry, I'm a lot taller than Rachel. I would advise against that. I don't know, we haven't done any legal analysis on that, but I think having a permanent city attorney helps with staff, helps with the folks that work with that office, and it helps the council know that there's stability and accountability there in a different way than if there's an interim.
I understand I understand the reasons for it, and I understand it's more of a policy decision than a budget decision, right? To say that we're not going to hire a permanent city attorney for a year, but I'm just trying to get an understanding of if it's even an option. But it sounds like it is.
Yeah, so what I would also have you consider is that if there is an internal hire, then there's the possibility of not backfilling that position. So there could potentially be some savings there by not maintaining the same number of attorneys in the office. But
we won't know that until we finish the process.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Markeisha, can you go back to slide 18 just really quickly, please? And this was to answer a question regarding parking enforcement. The revenue that we have budgeted for next fiscal year is $580,000, but that is also with the assumption that this parking enforcement position would be there. If it's not, we would also have to reduce the revenue down to account for this person not being here. So I just want to give some clarity on that one.
Well, you said there are 3 of these? You said there are 3 parking enforcement?
Markeisha, she budgeted, total budget, is it 4 or 5?
So at 120,000 per, then 4 of them would be $480,000, and the amount of money they bring in is what would you say?
I have to check to see if she has 4 or 5 positions.
I believe when we looked at this a week or 2 ago, it was essentially a net neutral position to be in terms of the total amount of revenue compared to the total amount of staff costs.
Okay.
Pretty close, yeah.
Okay, all right, moving on.
Okay, that brings you to the finance department. We have a total of 5 positions. We froze 3. We're asking to fill the budget analyst 1 position. We actually have 2 vacancies or had 2 vacancies in this area. So we are desperately in need of filling at least one of these to help manage with the budget process, providing some much needed support to all of our departments, and to help with completing some of the reporting requirements that we have. And then for the payroll supervisor, this is a very critical position, and it helps to mitigate some errors, possible errors with employees' checks, assist with the payroll budget projections, and also to help meet with various reporting requirements that we have, some are monthly and quarterly and annually. That position would also, I'm sorry, and the last thing is that position would also eliminate 2 of the differentials that we have in the finance department.
Yeah, thank you. That was actually going to be on my question. Like, don't we already have somebody that's acting as a payroll supervisor right now?
We have someone that's acting as a lead, but not taking on the full responsibilities of the payroll supervisor. And we really need that position filled.
And how long has that position been vacant for?
It's been, I think about 1 year and 5 months.
And how long? I'm sorry.
A little under 1.5 years. And when the previous payroll supervisor retired, we tried to do something a little bit different. We're utilizing the staff that we had internally. But we need a payroll supervisor. There are some things that are going missed that we need to make sure that they're have a double set of eyes, and more so for the reporting requirements.
And what about for the budget analyst? How long has that been vacant for?
The budget analyst, one position has been vacant since January. We had a person that transferred to another department. And then the senior budget analyst left last year for another position at another place outside of the city. And that was, I believe, in late October.
That's correct.
And my last question is on the payroll lead. What's preventing us from just allowing them to take on a little bit more responsibilities comparable to the payroll supervisor?
We need some additional skill sets in that position that we don't currently have.
Is there any like training or anything we can do to get them in that? Because it sounds like they've been doing a good job for the past 1.5 years.
So we've tried that over the last 1.5 years, and we have we started looking for a payroll supervisor, I believe, late last year, and we just hadn't received a good selection of candidates or applicants. We did just close. HR did send another announcement out for payroll supervisor, and we do have a couple of candidates that more viable candidates for the position.
And my last question, when we're sending out the announcements, is there any cost to the city for trying to send out those announcements and identify candidates?
That would be Allison question. It would depend on where they're sending the announcements, but I'm not really sure what the cost is because that's handled with the HR department.
If we could get it before the end of the night, that'd be good, but I'm okay with the answers I heard. Thank you.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I wasn't satisfied with the answer because I don't think you answered the question about the payroll supervisor. If I understood Melvin correctly, he asked if there was any training for the current lead payroll person to be able to move up into the payroll supervisor position. Because my understanding is that this person has been doing a good job with what has been given to them, but there are certain things that you have not given them the chance to perform, and I have no idea why that might be. But for 1.5 years, it seems as if someone had to do them. So who was doing this extra work that the lead payroll person wasn't doing?
So some of the work has been disseminated amongst the group that is currently working in payroll. And then we were paying someone additional pay to take on some of the responsibilities of the supervisor. And then the other responsibilities have been falling to myself and the county manager.
Okay, and in your estimation, this person is not capable of doing that?
There's some additional skill sets that we would like to have in this position that she doesn't
Yes.
Martinez, if I could jump in, it's my understanding that the incumbent doesn't meet the minimum qualifications for the supervisor position at this time, as the job description is currently written. So she wouldn't qualify for the position if we opened it. But I'm not sure it's necessary to talk about individual incumbents for this discussion about which position should be filled. I think the question we're asking is, can we fill it? And what's the justification for filling it? Not who should be considered.
Right.
Well, if the job qualification was changed to meet for somebody that's already been doing it for 1.5 years, would that then be possible? Because I think I got a little bit of one side of the background of the story, and honestly, with the situation that we're in, it seems like a very frivolous thing to not allow somebody to fill the position if they've already been doing it for a year and a half. And I mean, so far, my check hasn't missed a certain date. So, and I haven't heard any other complaints about how payroll is operating.
Sure.
But my point is that it's a matter of a job description, then what do we have to do to make, as a council, to make sure that it's we can make the qualifications available for somebody who's clearly been developing the experience. And if there's any other experience that can be developed, then we can go into it. I'm honestly not looking into a debate about it. I'm just looking on how do we work with what we got, as opposed to spending another round of trying to identify somebody outside when we have somebody doing it. That's just a statement I want to make. I'm not looking for any answers to a question on it personally, but thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We are way out of bounds.
I agree.
We are not micromanaging. We're trying to micromanage the office of the city manager. That is her purview, and it's not the city council. Either we fill the position or we don't fill the position. We're not in a position to start dictating to the city manager who should hire and who should get promoted and whatever. That's not our responsibility.
We're not dictating anyone, Mr. Vice Chair. We're not dictating anyone. What we're doing is we're trying to find out whether or not the payroll system.
Wait. Councilmember Bates has the floor. Finish up.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's move on and not get involved in personnel matters that are not our responsibility.
I think we've pretty well exhausted this one anyway. I think at the end of the day, council members understand this enough. They can vote it up or vote it down. I don't think we have to parse it out anymore. So let's move on.
Okay, next slide. It's Library and Community Services. Sal.
Yes, good evening. Sal Baca, Community Services Director. This is a term position. It is not a permanent position. And for the 2021 budget, we are proposing to move it 100% to ECIA funding out of the transportation category. The responsibilities of this position will be to assist on transportation projects, but specifically on the bike share program that was funded by MTC. And in that grant, we committed a match of this staff person to assist in implementing that particular program. So going forward, we are proposing that it would be funded 100% out of ECIA funds and no impact to the general fund.
Any questions on this one?
What's the rationale for transferring transportation to library and community services? And it's being transferred from where?
No, this is the funding for the position is being transferred out of the general fund into the ECIA funding going forward.
Okay, the language says we will explore the transfer of a current library community service staff. It doesn't say the funds.
Yeah, so transportation is actually under this department per the reorganization that was put into place prior to my arrival. So Sal is correct that we're really just talking about funding here. We're not talking about moving people around. We are talking about changing the title of the position, but it is at the same salary and benefits.
And is it the same responsibilities, or does the title change the responsibilities?
The title doesn't significantly change the responsibilities because both titles were rather broad in the types of work that they are allowed to work on. And Sal might have additional information to ask, but essentially, my understanding is that the title is one that better fits in this department. Again, same salary and benefits. The job duties assigned would be the same, and I don't know if there's anything specific in addition that they could work on.
The work will be essentially the same. The reason why we're proposing to switch it over to admin analyst is because there is an active list with the city that we can draw candidates from.
Okay, so the change in the title is to broaden the field of candidates for the position? That's what I'm hearing.
In our meeting with HR, we have the flexibility to fill that same position because of the duties and the responsibilities are comparable to the admin analyst. The admin analyst currently has an active list where we can draw the candidates from.
Okay, so this is a creation of a new position, or is this a position that's already filled by someone?
This is a position that was in place with the division before, but has been vacant for several months.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's move the agenda. This is a paid program, doesn't have a darn thing to do with general fund. If you want to micromanage it, then talk to Sal on the sideline and express your position. But let's move the agenda. It's getting late and we've got a lot of discussion to get through before it becomes midnight.
Yeah, okay, well, let's keep going.
Good job, Sal. You keep up the good work.
Let's keep going.
Okay, next up is Public Works. Yoder?
Yoder Bermudez. These two positions are part of the $5 million paving program. July 1st is the beginning of the paving season, and we stop at the arrival of the winter season. Currently, these two positions, one is for the paver and the other one is for the roller. So they are very critical for this position to be upgraded. Actually, we got two candidates, strong candidate from maintenance worker 2 to promote to these two positions. So the additional cost is very minimal, as you can see on the board. The second position or third position vacant in Public Works is the park and construction maintenance worker. The city is divided in 3 different regions. The 2 districts, Marina, Hilltop, with 1 crew each. And then there is another crew in the middle for the rest of the city. That crew is responsible for all the parks that are not in the Marina nor the Hilltop. And all the boulevard, Carson Boulevard, Canal, Carin Boulevard, all the maintenance, and including the Nickel Park. So this crew needs more than 1 position, but I take that one.
Okay, any questions on these?
This is also a promotion.
Okay. Next.
Good job, Yada.
All right, moving on, we're going to go into the budget balancing proposals. Antonio?
Good evening.
Let me ask you a question. This and the slides, are these any different than what we saw before? And if so, why are we doing it again?
No, these are some of the same slides you've seen before. We're just going to go through them really quickly.
Why don't we skip over them? We've done this. There's no new information here, and it's getting late.
Okay, we can go to slide 27, and then Markeisha, she'll take you through the proposals.
Okay, I'll go through these quickly. For the budget balancing proposals, we just wanted to summarize some of the key differences between staff recommendations and the recommendations for the bargaining units. And there are 3 main areas. Staff is recommending a hiring freeze of some vacancies that we've already discussed tonight. And the bargaining units are recommending a hard hiring freeze of all vacancies. In terms of reserves, staff is recommending to preserve them at the current level. And bargaining units are requesting to use some level of reserve to balance the budget. And then lastly, staff has a number of recommendations for the meet and confer items. So we have 4 budget balancing proposals that were introduced at the June 2nd meeting, and there's been a couple of updates on those. Some of the key differences between the proposals are in the number of staff reductions, the number of furlough days, the sworn furlough equivalencies, and then also the fire station brownouts, which that item is only included in proposal B. So this is just a summary of the key differences. It should be noted that across all proposals, they start with bucket 1, the general operating items, for a total of $19.8 million in savings. We started with this as the starting point for each proposal, and then we build on top of that to bring the budget into a balance.
This is what I was talking about. We went through this in great detail last meeting.
Yeah.
Why are we doing it again?
So Mayor, we didn't have any, we didn't get a lot of feedback last time, and we were trying to do a better job per the requests that were made last time at highlighting the key differences between the proposals. So I think they can do that very quickly.
Yes, I can do that quickly.
All right.
Oh, so bucket 1 is the same through all proposals. So we only need to talk about bucket 2 and bucket 3, correct?
Absolutely. And those are right. So in the first one, there's no accommodations, but it would result in staff reductions of 80 non-sworn. In proposal B, we include the meet and confer items in bucket 2, and then the fire station brownouts is also included here. And we have 24 furlough days included. This reduces the staff reductions to 40. For proposal C, we still have the same amount of furlough days. We include the sworn furlough equivalencies, and then the staff reductions are at about 25 non-sworn staff. And then lastly, we increase the furlough days from 24 to 36, and it results in 0 staff reductions and a small estimated surplus of $140,000. So those are the key differences between all proposals. And again, just to recap it, you see it here in the summary. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Belinda to conclude the presentation.
So would council like to recommend anything within the proposals or recommend a specific proposal?
I thought we were going to hear the union's proposal before we discuss this.
No, we're going to finish this presentation, then we're going to do the union presentation.
Right, but she's okay. All right.
So let's go on to the next slide. So basically for this evening, we're asking for direction on the vacant positions and balancing proposals. And then once that's received, we will start the implementation or continue with the meet and confer, meeting with other unions, and then bring an update to council on June 16th.
Okay, I think we took all the questions slide by slide. So unless somebody has more, let's move into the union presentation, okay?
Want to clear this off? Yeah, thanks. There you go. Thanks, Markeisha.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. We appreciate the opportunity to present an alternative proposal for balancing the budget, the remaining portion of the budget deficit for fiscal year 2021. I'm going to take just a moment here to share the screen. I do not have a fancy PowerPoint. This week you're getting a Word document. I hope that's okay. But I'm going to do my best to work through it as quickly as we can to, preserve enough time for your questions. The first thing that I think I should point out after the discussion that just occurred is that there are some significant differences still between what city staff not only are recommending to balance the remaining portion of the budget gap, but also what they're characterizing as our position at this point regarding the how to balance the remaining portion of the budget gap. You'll see tonight that there's roughly 9.8 million gap still to close for fiscal year 2021. We are proposing 3 major ways to try to resolve the remaining 9.8 million gap. The first is that we are asking the department heads to go back to the drawing board and to find some more departmental savings. We've got a list identified that we'll go through with you that totals a potential of just over 4 million in additional departmental savings that we've identified but have not been acted on yet. And we want to ask for the opportunity for the departments to have serious discussion about the viability of these options, keeping in mind that our goal, as we had mentioned to you at the beginning of this process, this budget process, is to help the city, help find a way for the city to achieve a balanced budget without service cuts to residents and without major labor cuts, and then also have a longer term plan that we're all working together in partnership on to help achieve structurally balanced budgets for the city moving forward that includes a focus on the revenue side of the city budget ledger in November of this year and also in subsequent years. So what we're asking is to help get a balanced budget and buy some time for us to work on revenue. So the way we do that, these three ways at this point, and I want to also commend the city staff and the elected leadership for your work so far in identifying roughly 20 million in savings and in budget gap closing measures to get to where you are today. We're down to 9.8 million. What we're recommending now is another look at the departmental budgets to get to find an additional 4 million in savings that we believe could be achieved, as indicated here. And then also we are willing and going to share with you tonight to move off our position of a full hard hiring freeze across the city. Just hearing the feedback from council members and city staff with respect to some of the positions. We also went back through the city's vacancies that remain and are going to recommend the positions for you that we believe can be frozen operationally to achieve additional budget savings, although it's not the full amount that a hard freeze would accomplish. But we believe that we've identified 3.5 million that could be saved there, and then asking the city to spend down a modest portion of the city's reserves. And if we could get agreement on the savings identified here, that would be 2.2 million in reserves just to get to a balanced budget. So getting into the details, the departmental savings that we've identified are on the far right-hand column here, the June 8th list. For most of the departments, as you'll note, we're looking at travel and training expenses that have not been touched yet. We do not believe that given the magnitude of the city's budget crisis that staff should be traveling for training, and that really any non-essential training should occur and be paid for by the city. If there's mandatory training, that's one thing, but otherwise we're asking the departments to look at these training and travel costs and to defer them for 1 year, just to get through this difficult budgetary year. Also, in some cases, there's some money set aside for computers, furniture, the like, and we'd recommend that those expenses be deferred as well, wherever possible, particularly furniture, and achieve the savings. They're not huge dollar amounts, as you'll note in most departments, but as you go through and add them up, they start to add up. In fire, PW, and Public Works and Police, there's still potential savings. At least it looks like it in the line item budget items. There's still some potential for savings on vehicle and equipment costs. We just want to emphasize again that our hope would be that the department heads will think really seriously about this. I know they have already, and understand though that any amount of savings from their departments that they do not achieve now, we're being told by city staff is going to cost a city worker their job. And that is going to exacerbate the economic downturn and make Richmond's economic recovery take longer, putting more people out of work. So we're trying not to put people out of work. So we're asking the departments to go back and look and see whether they really need these. Another example here on our list is in human resources, the $420,000 we've identified, $250,000 of that is a citywide compensation study that we've been asking for years, but that it doesn't seem sensible to spend $250,000 on when we're in a major budget crisis and we're being told workers are going to be laid off. We would suggest that that be deferred for just 1 year, and let's go figure out what the market looks like next year, not now. And let's look at it when we've dealt with the revenue problems. So there are those potential sources of additional departmental savings, and we'd ask that instruction be given to the department heads to go back to the drawing board and do whatever they can to increase the savings at this point in the fiscal year 2021 budget. Secondly, on the vacancy savings, and there was a lot of discussion about this tonight, our recommendations at this point after going through it are with respect to the 8 police officer positions and the 4 sergeant positions in PD. We're in a major budget crunch, and these positions are the biggest potential source of savings from a freeze. I think that at this point, our recommendation is that by freezing these, we're not saying that the city would not still be free and shouldn't still aggressively try to pursue filling any vacancies that should occur in existing positions due to retirements or resignations. That should happen. But by freezing these, we can achieve budgetary savings. And we believe that with the cancellation of festivals, the cancellation of various special events in the community and community events, and by readjusting, how some of these events and different occurrences have been staffed, that there will be a natural drawdown of the need for police officers for such activities that will result in some overtime savings. And also we've got to point out the way the city has been paying for the additional overtime costs has been through the vacancy savings. So each year they budget certain vacancies, and then when they need to work overtime, they just pull the money out of the vacancy savings and have paid for it that way. That's what the city's been doing. By freezing these positions for one very difficult budgetary year to help us get through a crunch during a pandemic-induced economic downturn, right? For doing that for 1 year, those funds would no longer be available. And that would provide the incentive needed to curtail and to force the department to change how it's practicing and try to help save some of those costs. So we're recommending just a freeze for 1 year, not elimination of the positions, a freeze for 1 year. Help us buy time to work on revenue in November, at which point the city manager and the staff can work with the departments and recommend what the priorities are for opening up some hiring again from the freeze. Also, we've identified on our list some general employee positions that we believe should be frozen. So I'll go through those quickly, but probably more importantly is that I'll try to go through off the top of my head. I didn't write these down, the ones that we are in agreement or are willing to work, are willing to support not being frozen. For example, the city attorney, it's understandable that the city needs a city attorney. Unless the city was going to promote internally, then we understand the need to fill that position. The communications dispatch workers, we've been told that the way the city is getting by is by having sworn police fill in that function. which is much more expensive. And therefore we would support the hiring of the dispatch workers to help deal with the burnout problem, and to help the city get through the difficult times. The police records specialist had, again, it was a similar situation where if they don't fill it, they're going to incur huge amounts of overtime. It makes sense it's been open for a while. It makes sense to let the city move forward and fill that position. The parking enforcement, which is revenue generated, that position makes sense that the city would move forward to fill it because it's revenue generating. And I think that's all I can remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry, there might have been, the positions that are ECIA funded. Sal mentioned one, Shasa mentioned one. It doesn't make sense to freeze those positions if they're not costing the general fund. Our goal is to try to create savings in the general fund. Our goal is not to just try to block the city from accomplishing the operational goals that it wants to accomplish. So, we wouldn't be opposed to those either. But these specific positions that we've indicated, budget analyst 1, payroll supervisor, the crime scene tech at PD, the senior accountant at PD, the construction maintenance worker, equipment operator, and the 2 equipment operator positions, which are promotions. We've talked about it among the bargaining unit representatives and the membership, and those are positions that we believe to achieve the additional savings should be frozen for the budget year for various different reasons. I think the payroll supervisor issue was discussed at length during your conversation earlier. The crime scene technician, the city has 3. If it has to go one more budgetary year with less investigative capacity, then so be it, for one more year so we can get through this budget crunch. The senior accountant, there are senior accountants in finance department that should, just like everywhere else, the finance has staff assigned to various departments. Our recommendation is that they work with what they've got and how they've been getting it done recently, and assign an accountant to work mostly at PD, but not be employed there, and help us using present resources and help us achieve that additional savings. And then the other 3 there are promotions at Public Works that could achieve some minimal additional savings. So the total of what we've pared it down to then in savings would be $3.5 million if the city were to adopt this proposal. I think the broader point I want to make on the vacancies is it's our hope that we can have some more discussions about the vacancies, preferably directly, because I'm one union rep and I can't speak, eloquently to all of the reasons that operationally these recommendations make sense. But I think some discussion with the bargaining unit representatives to improve understanding and to gain understanding of our perspective as well as to why we're making these recommendations, and those discussions with city staff would be helpful before final decisions are made in this regard. Because as Tom's pointed out several times, and he's right, as the mayor's pointed out, he's right. The vacancy savings was one of those few things that's left that we gotta haggle over and figure out. And this is an important source of potential savings still that exists, rather than moving straight to meet and confer and layoffs to balance the remaining 9.8 million. And then finally, like I mentioned earlier, if assuming we can find the savings that we've indicated here, this would get our request of reserve spending from the general fund down to 2.2 million. We provided this chart that just shows the average year-end reserve for the last 10 years in City of Richmond has been 13.4 million. Assuming that the city balances the remaining roughly 2 million of fiscal year 19-20 budget deficit using reserves, we were advised that would bring the reserve level down to 17 million. And then if the city were to spend another 2.2 million of the reserves for this coming fiscal year, that would get you down to 14.8, which is, you know, above the 10-year average. And we've heard loud and clear the concerns about possibly impacting the city's bond rating. But the fact is, we've asked several times to hear from a ratings agency's representative in this regard to verify whether that's a fair characterization. We have not heard yet, and no such discussion has been set up. If the city's bond rating is going to be negatively impacted for spending down a modest amount of reserves right now, that would be a surprise given that virtually every state and local government in the country is spending down some reserves right now to get through this period of pandemic-induced economic shock that state and local governments are experiencing. It's more likely if the bond rating is going to suffer that it would be due to rising pension costs or the winding down of the Chevron settlement payments or some other issue, but not a spending of a modest amount of the city's reserves. So you know, I appreciate the opportunity to, you know, at least share our proposals with you for how to balance this budget without enacting major service cuts to residents. I just want to ask everybody to continue being aware that you know, our request from the get-go was to try to figure out how to balance this budget without service cuts, and to help us buy time so we can work on what really is the bigger reason that the city has a structural imbalance, and that's that there's not enough revenue and there's not enough help from those with the means to be providing a proportionate share of make a proportionate contribution to Richmond services. And we have some progressive approaches in mind to try to help solve the revenue side. You know, we need your help buying time to get there. It doesn't make sense to us that we would be looking at major labor cuts for a workforce that's already spread thin, already overworked, hasn't got a cost of living adjustment in 5 years for our general employees, already suffering recruitment and retention challenges, to now be asked to take on even more concessions or layoffs at the same time the city's looking at turning around and filling vacancies. That just isn't fair. And you know, I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you all about our proposal tonight and share an alternative view for how to get to a balanced budget.
Okay, do council members have any questions on this? Councilmember Meyer.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so since and by the way, thank you for going through this. And thank you all for continuing to work on this. And I'm looking at the departmental savings in particular, and I'll get to that later. But actually, you know, yeah, let me ask that first. Can you go back up to those? So that's $4 million essentially that you all have identified. Addition, this does not include things that we've cut already that are completely non-personnel related. Is that my understanding?
Right.
Here?
These were some of the proposals that we had in. And thanks, Councilman Myrick, for the question. These are some of the proposals that we had included earlier that just haven't been acted on yet.
Got it. So
as you'll note, we did remove the IT expenditure, and we're just down to asking for the 33,000, which I think is travel and training or something like that.
Okay. So this includes things that we have not yet acted on. This would all be new savings. Okay. So that's good. That's good. And I want to thank you for identifying that. And I think that that's something that we might be able to agree on and maybe do. I also thank you for looking again at the vacancy list. I still disagree with some of them. Ironically, I have a couple that I'm comfortable with doing without that you guys actually want to keep, but we'll get to that when we get to that part. But I appreciate you all for
Maybe
looking
we
at that.
support those too, Councilman.
Yeah, so I appreciate you all looking at that. We'll figure that part out. I do have to tell you, okay. I'm still in disagreement on the reserves. And I'm wondering, you know, I hear you wanting to have some letter or whatever from the bond rating. They already did it when they downgraded us in 2016. They told us why. I mean, I can look it up and look up what they wrote at the time and email that to you. But there's been, you know, those of us who've been involved over the past 5 years, you know, they made clear to us that the reserves are the biggest issue in Richmond, is the fact that we haven't fully funded our reserves. Now, again, they're responding to those numbers historically that you show in 2014 and, you know, when it was at its lowest in 2015. But it's definitely been the case, and we've definitely, and I even have something here from last year. We've never been where we should be on reserves. We've never had as many as we should be. So I would like to see I'd like to have, I guess, the city manager respond to that and some of the characterization that and maybe misunderstandings that may be going on in the conversation around reserves. If the city manager could speak to that.
Sure, thanks for the question. So we did have our bond consultant, Joe Morgenstein, I believe her name is, share with you several weeks ago her concerns around that and what it would do to ratings. We also, I believe that the cities that are using significant levels of reserves have a variety of things happening. Those other communities probably have a higher policy, a higher target. They probably are fully funded in their reserves. They also likely have potentially different types of reserves. Many communities have reserves for economic uncertainties or for retirement smoothing, all kinds of different things. So I think Richmond, I'm sure we're not the only community, we are one of a small handful of communities that don't have high targets, don't fund at our policy, and don't have any other reserves that we can go to. I think it is beyond just the bond ratings. Also, you've heard me say a couple of times, and you've heard the finance director address this a couple different times, we have concerns about our projections and our revenues. So what happens if Chevron property taxes come in lower? We haven't built in anything into the budget for that. What happens if we have, a natural disaster? What happens if we all have to go back into the most restrictive form of the COVID-related health measures, and therefore our sales tax revenue continues to go down or stays at a low level for a longer period of time? While not one of these is potentially likely, there's such a variety of questions and concerns about our potential revenue sources going forward that if you don't have reserves, even at the low level of 11%, that we have no time to make drastic changes to be able to address and manage those impacts should they come into play.
Vice Mayor Bates. Unmute. Unmute, Vice Mayor. That looks like we lost him. While he's coming back, I'll say this. All of our bond ratings tanked about the time that I was elected mayor, and I had multiple meetings with the bond people, with Standard and Poor and what's the other one? The ones who reduced our rating, and
Moody's,
right. And so, the story that Bill Lindsay gave them was, it kind of went like this, and you can see it on this graph that you can see here. So what Bill said was, look, we had this recession, and our revenues dropped, and we had two choices. We could either lay people off, cut services, or we could spend some reserves down to keep our services up, serve our residents, and then when we're out of the recession, then we'll rebuild them. But we'll rebuild them from a position of strength, because we'll have our entire workforce still there, and so on and so forth. And these guys were, and I'm not saying I agree with them, they were not impressed. They basically said, look, you should have 15% reserves. you've got less than half of that, and you're close to bankruptcy, and you're not a good credit risk. And if you guys don't get your act together, we're gonna cut you some more. I mean, that's essentially what they said. And so, we're kind of saying that, we're kind of saying the same thing now. We're saying, well, we got an emergency, and it's legitimate. I'm not arguing against it, but it's the same argument. We have an emergency. Our revenues are down. Things are going to get better. Let's keep our workforce together. I mean, it all makes sense. But I'm telling you, these bond guys are, they're brutal, and they won't cut you any slack. So that's just the fact. I mean, so.
I appreciate that concern, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out quickly, there are two very big differences between now and then. One is we have a pandemic-induced economic shock. That's one. That's forcing public agencies to spend down reserves. You would still be finishing at 11%, which is higher than your average reserve balance over the last 10 years. You're not looking at 2014 levels here. Second, is that I think that, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought on the second point, second is that there is this time a plan and a partnership to achieve new revenue. So the concerns about what happens if the Chevron monies don't come in the way we anticipated they would, we're banking and we're pushing to try to work on the revenue side of the ledger, and we're asking for your help to buy us time to get there. And those are the two major differences that didn't exist then.
Well, I mean, those are all great arguments, but I'm just telling you, from my experience, like I said, these bond rating people are just brutal. They don't care about any of that. And a lot of these cities that are spending their reserves down, it's like, I read a story in a paper a couple of weeks ago about Lafayette. They were lamenting the fact that they were going to have to drop the reserve level from 60% to 58%. And, somebody brought up the city of Concord. Concord's a little bit bigger than Richmond. They've got something like $50 million in reserves. So, yeah, people are going to be spending it down, but they're going to be spending it down from a position of strength. And I'm not saying I'm against spending a couple of $1 million in reserves. I'm just saying that if we do, then I expect the bond rating people are going to punish us for it. I don't have any confidence that they're going to cut us any slack. So I think if you spend the reserves down, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you're going to put our bond rating at risk, and maybe that's worthwhile.
Mr.
Okay, other questions, Councilor Meyer?
Yeah, and just further on that, because during this conversation, I've just been going back through emails and looking at some of the stuff from that time, and I found some of the old articles, and it was 2015 when they hit us. And everything you're saying, I agree with on this, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think even if the argument makes good to us, it's good to us that it makes sense to spend reserves. These agencies have proven that they really don't care. And so looking at some very specific things, just so we really fully understand what the impact is, that hit that we took on our bond rating in 2015 forced us to have to refinance some other bonds. And I'm reading something right now where it looked like we were looking at a downgrade that was going to force the city to have to pay a $30 million termination fee. So that's $30 million on top of what the problem that we're already in. For one of our bonds, and if it had triggered another reduction from S&P, then it would have been another $25 million fee. So we can get into real trouble here when we start playing with this. As I said before, and I think I've said this to you, Sean, I'm willing to spend some amount of reserves. I don't think $2 million is modest, though. So if we figure out the rest of this, and there's still 700,000 to go or something like that, that's something that I'm willing to talk about. But let's not lie to ourselves here and think that we can just, you know, close a significant gap with reserves and we're not going to pay for it because we are.
So I had a couple of other questions. I've actually asked them to staff already today, but one of them is on this on this $4 million in departmental savings. Is that, I'm asking our staff that, in your opinion, is that real? And if it's not real, why? And if it is real, why didn't our staff come up with it? Why do we have to depend on, why do we, not that they're not smart people, but why do we have to depend on our unions to tell us where to find money in departments to balance the budget? I mean, what's going on here?
Sure. So I would like our budget manager and our finance director to let us know if there are more specifics. Generally speaking, though, we want to look at it in greater detail. We haven't had time to go through it. I am concerned that there is some double counting that there's at least a minimal amount of double counting in terms of some of the departmental expenditures that you all have already approved, and some of that $20 million I know did include reductions in furniture and travel and training. So I know we have made reductions in travel, training, and furniture, for instance, is just some of the categories. And so we would need to go through in great detail with the bargaining groups how much of this is funding that we haven't already reduced. And I hope, and it's possible that, again, our budget manager, our finance director might have additional
Well,
details.
also, most of this is in, most of it's in fire and police and public works. I mean, the rest of it's just pocket change, except for the human resources, and half of that is the compensation study. But I mean, what, focusing on the big numbers, what does the fire chief and the police chief and the public works director think about this collectively? Let's see, we got about $1.5 million and another million, maybe 2.5, 3.5. So we got about 3.5 million of this thing is in 3 departments. Are they?
Maybe Sean could help us out and move the scroll up on the presentation. Sean,
I'm sorry.
So we can see what he's talking about.
Can you move the slide up? Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see the.
I'm not talking about the positions. I'm talking about the departmental cuts.
Right.
I'm also working on a very old laptop, so I'm sorry. But yeah, here's the.
So we would need to see the backup to this, because I do believe that on one of the terms we submitted to council for approval already, it did include a lot of travel and training reductions. So I just want to make sure that these are not doubled up numbers.
And then also, Belinda, for the fire amount, most of that looks like it's attributable to the Chevron modernization that we receive an annual allocation from Chevron to fund that. So we can't count that in the number as a reduction. It's an annual allocation that we receive in fire.
And it's specific things that they can pay for with that. And some of that does include training specifically.
And vehicles as well.
And so if we didn't spend the money, it wouldn't really be savings because we wouldn't be getting the money. Is that correct?
It's unearned revenue. The amounts that we don't spend, it goes to unearned.
But yeah, it is restricted to certain items that they could pay for. Right. And with that big amount, that's what it looks like it's coming from. So we just have to see the detail for how you pull this in order to be able to check all this.
Right, and that we'd like to have that exchange for sure.
Okay. So if you can send that to us, then we can have some dialogue for the next council meeting. That'd be great.
Oh, it sounds like we're not in any position to work through these departmental cuts. You gotta do some evaluation of them, right?
Correct.
Right.
And then going to the the freezes. Now we could go back to the city council and go back through these freezes and see if people on the council agree with any of these. So they've cut out about half of them, but what they've really done, they've hit the police department especially hard.
Sure, and maybe we're being asked, is there, do you want to hear public comment before we do that? And then maybe we could take the screens down so you all could see each other for a while?
Yeah.
That's what I would like to do. Yeah, go to
Mr.
public
Mayor,
comment.
I seem to have gotten unmuted. I just wanted to make a comment. As Sean made his presentation, there are some discrepancies, I think, that are in his presentation, like the fire department. Some of the cuts are already included in the budget, and we need a fuller explanation of how it affects the city operation, like the clerk's office and so forth and so on. So what appears to be cost saving may be mandated by state law in some of these areas, especially the clerk's office. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that there's no assurance that Chevron will not defer payment to the city this coming year because of that financial problems. Someone need to get in communication with them because that's a significant money amount. Although they owe us, it's very likely that they may defer the payment to next year or whatever. So we need to get clear information about our revenue stream before we start making some drastic moves as it relates to this budget. So that's just my observation and contribution.
Well, I'm getting really frustrated that we're not making progress. You know, based on staff's timetable, we've got 2 weeks for them to present a final budget, and so, you know, we keep going down this thing. So now we got $4 million in proposed departmental cuts, and I'm not criticizing you, but our staff is saying, well, we don't know if those are real or not. We're going to have to research them. So we can't do anything about that tonight. We've got, we've already talked about the reserves, and I guess people are all over on that. The additional vacancy freezes, we could jump on that. We could do it. I mean, we've been through it. We've been through it from the staff presentation. We've been through it from the union presentation. There's no reason why we can't jump on that and have the council take a straw vote on it and at least move ahead on that.
Sure.
That's what we're doing tonight.
Yeah, would you like us to pull up that part of the presentation again, and we can just, again, go back through them one by one?
I guess where I don't understand, Mr. Mayor, is what's wrong with hearing public comment first?
Well,
then we can actually do it with a motion.
It's 10 o'clock. Public comment will probably last at least an hour. And, you know, and then it's.
But we have to do public comment before we can make motions anyway. So like, what's the point of straw vote if we're not making motions?
I'm not talking about adopting formally. I'm talking about giving staff some direction with some straw votes on these positions.
And what I'm saying is I'd like to just vote and officially bank those savings tonight. I'd like to do public comment and then make some motions that officially free some of those positions so we can bank that savings.
All right, let's go to public comment. You have any idea, Madam Clerk, how much comment we got and how long it's going to take?
Yes, I do. We have 8 calls, and each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes, and we have 15 comments to read.
So that's about an hour's worth. Well, let's get started.
Okay. First of all, for the record, the comments and e-comments received from the public by 3 p.m. for the June 9th meeting have been emailed to the council and published on the clerk's office website. Let's see, comments received after 3 and before the 6 p.m. start time of the city council meeting will also be published to the website probably by tomorrow. And these are the comments that we received by 3 o'clock today. We received 105 comments in support of maintaining the pools, recreation department, recreation part-time staff, and libraries. 1 comment received suggesting the following staffing additions: an environmental manager, an additional assistant city attorney, an assistant public works director, and an administrative assistant in the transportation division. We received 1 comment including received one comment that included many cost-saving suggestions included in the email you received prior to the meeting, and also stated that cuts to your lowest paid staff will result in a loss of income, which will make it difficult to meet the high cost of living in the Bay Area. Also urged the council to not make the lowest paid employees in the city bear the brunt of the savings you seek. We received 5 comments in support of hard hiring freezes, especially for the vacant positions in the police department, salary reductions that are proportional to earnings in position. The top earners should have a higher percentage of their pay cut, protect funding for libraries and services, police reform, and in support of defunding the police department and putting the money into housing, the homeless, mental health services, and social services that help Black communities with Black youth. One comment received urging the finance department to be more transparent in its processes and gathering of statistics when providing recommendations to the city council. We received 15 comments in support of the abolition of the Richmond Police Department, police reform, or restricting funding to the Richmond Police Department. 3 comments received in support of the Richmond Police Department and urged the city council to disregard requests to abolish the Richmond Police Department. And now we'll go to the 8 callers, the 7 callers, I believe.
Okay. My first caller is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. The staff suggestions propose deeper salary cuts from the lowest paid than the highest paid, and layoff numbers at the bottom salary level are hinged on giving up more salary. Share the pain. The highest paid staff should take the biggest percentage decrease in salaries. If they are only willing to give up 1%, the message they send to the public is that they don't care about the community. When you lay people off, the economic impact is felt in the community. Use the reserves. Last year's police budget was $78 million. The library, $7 million. This shows that you need to change the priorities. Instead of investing in more police, we should invest in services such as libraries, recreation, code enforcement, and homeless programs. Change the priorities. A fully funded library resonates with the young people who organized Saturday's beautiful Black Lives Matter rally and march. In fact, they gave encouragement to our Save the Library tailgate story time that preceded their event. The youth put forward demands for police reform and funding to address the root causes of crime in our community by investing in education, health, housing, and youth programs. The layoff of part-time staff ensures that direct public services will be curtailed. What is the point of a community that only offers quote unquote safety and administration? You know that the library and recreation plays a big role in what you might consider crime prevention. Let people thrive, let them have hope. We can do better. Listen to your union allies who are trying to find ways to save the city.
Time has expired.
Thank you. My next caller is Brittany Ross. Brittany, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Brittany Ross. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I'd like to submit a comment on Richmond city budget. The city of Richmond spends 40% of the general fund on police, which is $71 million. The most recent community survey said that crime and disorder are the top concerns for Richmond residents. I agree, we all want to live in safety, but policing is a very expensive way to address the causes of crime and disorder in Richmond. If $71 million worth of policing isn't making us feel safe enough, I think it's time to consider investing elsewhere. I know that the money to keep the city operational needs to come from somewhere, and I appreciate the very difficult position that the council is in. I don't want us to spend down the city reserve, certainly not without a clear path to building them back up. We need to do everything we can to spend less money on policing so that our libraries, our recreation programs, and our community resources can continue to enrich the lives of Richmond residents. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Bruno Teixeira. Bruno, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead. Bruno?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for taking my call, and thank you for your effort and service. My comment pertains to Richmond Pools. the Plunge, and the Richmond Swim Center. May I start by saying that during these times of distress such as these, that key community initiatives and programs such as education, art and culture, health and well-being should not be cut off, and if necessary, thoughtfully reduced. There is evidence that an unhealthy community and one absent of culture, health and wellness programs produces an unhealthy community and leads to deeper rooted issues such as rising healthcare costs, vandalism, drugs, and alcohol abuse. My partner was in a fatal car accident in which she was critically disabled alongside the loss of her father at the age of 23, and once again learned to walk and access her natural biomechanics. This is where the use of the pool became very necessary. Physical therapy utilizing buoyancy offers a tremendous advantage because it reduces the effects of gravity, allowing for increased joint range of motion. The warmer water also helps relax muscles and sore and tight. Perhaps the council may realize that besides the obvious physical fitness, a high percentage of pool patrons have no other option for exercise, fitness, or pain relief due to their disability or injuries. I'd like to propose that a small group of community local patrons be formed, led by myself, to investigate all options around to help restructure, reorganize Richmond pools, addressing topics such as revising the general plan for facilities, reopening, which includes COVID standards and training, scheduling, which is modifying, scheduling and shortening individual pool swimmers, and budgets, operating costs, fundraising, pricing, and due diligence reviewing a voluntary membership model. I assume the budget to keep these pools open is pocket change in comparison with other line items. Please keep them operating. While I realize the importance of law enforcement, my hope is that Black Lives Matter and the message of defund the police.
Expired. Thank you, Bruno. My next caller is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead. Sarah? Sarah?
Hello?
Yeah. Are you ready to speak? Sarah? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Sarah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead. Hello? I'm gonna go to my next caller. Lisa? Lisa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I have Lisa Johnson on the line. Lisa, you have
Can
two.
you hear me?
Yeah, I can. You can go ahead and speak. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Hello?
Lisa? Hello?
Hello?
Just where are you muted?
No.
Okay.
If you'll give me just a second, I'm gonna try to call them back.
Hello?
Okay, we'll go to a comment.
This comment is from Victoria Song. The City Council's proposed new taxes, including increases to the business license tax, are a very bad idea. At a time when the city should be focusing on welcoming people and small businesses to generate more revenue for the city, they are effectively driving them away. Before the city considers any extreme measures like this one, they really should be trimming the fat from their own departments to balance the budget. Many city employees' compensation packages are extremely generous. And why should we have to pay for their overinflated pensions when the vast majority of us taxpayers don't even receive pensions ourselves? Maybe if we get rid of pensions, we wouldn't have to cut services and pay more taxes. The current compensation structure is simply not suitable and will lead to bankruptcy and many more problems for all of us. During this time when residents and businesses are struggling financially, taking pay cuts, losing money and their jobs, the city's trying to make things even more difficult for us. The city's staff shouldn't be immune from the same economic forces we are subject to. It's time to institute hiring freezes and pay cuts, decrease pensions, and eliminate redundant positions for the city employees. Property owners and small businesses already pay a ton in taxes. The fact that the city's trying to massively raise those taxes during an economic recession and possible depression when we're already suffering financially is a new low and crossed a line for me. Tenants aren't paying their rent, people are reducing their spending at businesses, Banks don't have moratoriums on commercial property mortgages. And now the city wants to raise the taxes on us specifically. What a way to kill a small business and a small landlords off. When the mom and pop businesses die, the big corps win, and we can't let that happen. Please stop this madness. Perhaps the city should look into taxing billionaires and companies which have increased revenue during the pandemic, like Amazon and Walmart more.
Joshua, are you ready?
Yes, I have Sarah Cantor on the line. Sarah, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I am a resident of District 3. I am calling to ask for the City Council to reject all 4 proposed budgets and instead create a new budget that defunds the Richmond Police Department and adequately funds the departments that actually provide for our city's needs. We need shelter, education, food, and healthcare. We do not need the police. Police do not stop crime because crime is caused by a lack of resources. The way to stop crime is to provide those resources to the communities with the highest crime rates, which are, not at all coincidentally, the communities that have historically been denied resources due to our nation's violent history of white supremacy. To be clear, I am asking you to defund the police and to direct funding to our Black and Brown communities. Tonight, Chief French detailed the huge amount of money the Richmond Police Department is currently spending on events and programs designed to build community trust in the police. Why are we spending so much money asking our neighbors to trust people they do not trust? Why are police our first responders? We do not need armed officers to respond to most situations. Sworn officers are more expensive per position than non-sworn positions. They are not trusted in their communities, and their presence escalates dangerous situations. Instead, why not employ local leaders chosen by the community who are already trusted to be our first responders? As we weather this quarantine, I ask that you reject proposals that cut vital city services like libraries and environmental protections. Instead, defund the police. This year's budget allocated over $71 million to the police. That is $71 million too many. The decision is simple: cut the police budget and fund the services we need. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You may go ahead.
Great. Good evening, City Council and City Manager. Every year we continue to have the same budget discussions, but last week revealed a whole new level of Richmond's the tail that wags the dog. Why are union members, whose salaries and benefits are paid for by the taxpayers, allowed to give their own presentation regarding their own proposed cuts and taxpayer increases, yet the public hasn't been afforded the same opportunity? Will the taxpayers and voters, who are your bosses and shareholders of the city, also be shown the same respect and be allowed to give their own presentation and list of concerns and proposed cuts? Will this council follow the city managers and financial consultants' recommendations on maintaining our reserves? The union and some city council members are asking the city to spend down its reserve to dangerous levels. I appreciated the city manager's efforts to protect them, especially after the city has worked over the past few years to increase them to recommended levels and to help restore our bond ratings from junk status. The majority of people are facing serious economic pressures, and no one wants to see people potentially lose their jobs, experience furloughs, or incur salary and or benefit reductions. It is happening broadly across the private and other public sectors. Yet with each passing year, the elephant in Richmond City Hall continues to grow to unsustainable levels, and our city council does not have the political will to do their job. The taxpayers have been repeatedly asked to unfairly shoulder this burden at the expense of their own savings, while simultaneously experiencing our own layoffs, furloughs, and benefit reductions. Our economic crisis is real, and the recovery from COVID-19 will take a long time. Do you really think that now is the time to ask taxpayers for yet more, especially when those who are lucky enough to still have a job and business are making far less than many city employees? We need leaders that will first review the root cause and then pass legislation to effectively address it, rather than just increase taxes and fees that will ultimately destroy our remaining businesses and repel new businesses from coming here. You are elected officials, and we expect you to uphold your fiduciary responsibility.
Your time has expired. Thank you, Lisa. My next caller is Ian Burnham. Ian, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You may go ahead and start.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ian Burnham. I'm the co-owner of IPX Fitness, the group fitness and personal training program BTA Community Center in Richmond. And I'm calling over concern regarding one of the potential budget balancing strategies for the current and next fiscal years, which involve reducing the hours, staff, and/or services of community center programs. By doing so, I would not be able to properly hold my programs, which I fear would lead to canceling the program. While I'm more than happy to comply with safety and health orders from the county, the reduction of community center staff and hours for the rest of the year or longer would severely impact both the community and my business for the worse. And while this cut would severely impact my business, other recreation programs, and community center staff, as I outlined to you in previous weeks, I want to also highlight how budgets have been used in previous years. Last fiscal year, the Richmond Police Department budget was approximately $74.9 million. To compare, community services had a budget of approximately $7.1 million, about 9% of the police budget. Additionally, we heard tonight that certain RPD positions cost more than the revenue that they generate. As the mayor and other city council members have pointed out, we've been spending extraordinary amounts on policing, and we have not seen improvements to safety, homelessness, mental health, or affordability in our city. So I call on you to meaningfully restrict the RPD budget and instead use those extraordinary resources towards causes such as social programs, education, and recreation, all of which our local community centers like BTA can provide. Programs like these promote and educate the public on safety and social equity and allow for the community to have a positive outlet that promotes health and well-being. So I urge you to consider an alternative budget that puts a focus on promoting and highlighting programs from our community centers so that they can continue to provide amazing services. We can be a beacon for other cities to follow if we have the courage to change. So please consider an alternative budget that focuses on community and recreation services and allows programs like IBX Fitness to survive and thrive in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Claudia Jimenez. Claudia, are you ready to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You may go ahead and start.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Claudia Jimenez at Richmond Residence. Today, City Council members had another opportunity to vote your values. All over the country, thousands of people are protesting and demanding that leaders move funds from a punishment system to a restorative system. Here in Richmond, hundreds of youth marched to demand that city leaders reinvest in services that actually make people safe. Safety for many communities does not mean more police in the streets or more police responding to mental health or emergencies or homelessness. One question is how many 911 calls that the police respond are mental health or health emergencies? Safety means that those communities most impacted by criminalization get the resources needed to excel. Safety means that libraries are kept open and recreational activities expand so that city can provide safe places for our youth and children. We urge City Council members to consider the hard hiring freeze proposal in order to preserve existing jobs. And in order to preserve services, cuts should be from the top highest paid staff and from the police. I want to thank City Council member Melvin Willis, who 2 years ago proposed the idea of investing in youth programs over police. This is the kind of leadership this city needs. Again, tonight, you have an opportunity to show us the community you represent if you are with us or not. To show us by voting to redirect funds from a system that is not providing public safety equal to all residents and vote to preserve valuable services like libraries and recreational programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was my last caller.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move to our comments.
Our next comment is from Andre Soto. Recent events have now brought us to the point where we need to have a serious discussion about turning the city and the country in a new direction. This direction should include the dismantling of the Richmond Police Department, selling off all its military-style equipment, and use the funds to prioritize library, education, health, employment, and recreational services for our youth and struggling adults. In returning from the COVID-19 pandemic, which is far from being over, we need to look to new models for moving our society forward. In Amsterdam, Netherlands, they are the first at using the donut economy model. This means out with the global attachment to economic growth and laws of supply and demand, and in with the so-called donut model, a guide to what it means for countries, cities, and people to thrive in balance with the planet. The inner ring of the donut sets out the minimum we need to lead a good life. derived from the UN Sustainable Development Goals and agreed by world leaders of every political stripe. It ranges from food and clean water to a certain level of housing, sanitation, energy, education, healthcare, gender equality, income, and political voice. Anyone not attaining such a minimum standard is living in the donut's hole. The outer ring of the donut, where the sprinklers go, represents the ecological ceiling drawn by the Earth system scientists. It highlights the boundaries across which humankind should not go to avoid damaging the climate, soils, oceans, the ozone layer, fresh water, and abundant biodiversity. Between the two rings is the good stuff, the dough. Here's everyone's needs and that of the planet are being met. All planning decisions are made by assessing whether or not the project will be the dough. If not, it is not approved. If not, it is not approved. This should certainly attach to Point Malati, for example. Our next comment is from Laura Mangles. We need to cut the budget, and amid all the cries to defund the police, how is it that the case that all of the options on the table, including hiring more police officers? Let's do a full hiring freeze on the police department, not a partial hiring freeze, and let's not allow for overtime to take up the extra slack. Instead, let's come up with a budget that diverts those resources to the community instead. The City Council must not vote to allow the police department to continue to search to fill vacancies, which in the midst of a hiring freeze. Number one, freeze all the police positions, not just some. Number two, eliminate mandatory overtime for police. Number three, reallocate funds into community health and mental health, addiction support, homelessness prevention, domestic violence prevention, and community mediation programs. Our next comment is from Jane Currant. In the past week, we have been reading and hearing about cities across the nation spurred on by the murder of yet another Black victim of police violence, finally cutting their inflated police budgets and redirecting funds to vital public services that reduce crime at its source. Libraries and recreational facilities, not to mention housing, job training, and other basic needs, must be robustly supported and not cut regardless of the city's financial status. Right now, during its fiscal crisis, Richmond has the chance to do just that, and strikingly with the endorsement of its own police union. And that action would be a hard freeze on hiring. What a great opportunity what a great opportunity we have to make such cuts, preserving jobs and without dissension among the ranks of the police force itself. At a moment of national reckoning over racism and abuses in policing, we must devote more of our precious resources to ensuring public safety through essential services that support a strong community. As a senior who cares about the city's residents and those physical and mental health depends upon those essential services, namely our pools and our branch libraries, I urge you to follow through with the hard freeze on hiring to keep all our public workers employed. Our next comment is from Mike Parker. Budgets. How we spend the city's money is a statement of our values, our priorities. We happen to be working on our budget while the country and the world are telling us that we are fundamentally wrong in believing that a militarized police force brings most of us safety. We can start by showing with our budget decisions we're listening and make sure that we prioritize our services, libraries, recreation, code enforcement, health, housing. Whatever strategy we use in this budget, let's make sure that it involves shifting resources to the services we need. If we go with the hard freeze that will effectively shift resources for now, let's make sure it is understood that when we find the money that it does not go to filling police vacancies first. And if we have to ask employees to take Our next comment is from Lisa Park. Dear Richmond City Council members and Mayor, regarding the city budget, if there are going to be cuts made to salaries, the highest paid staff should take the biggest percentage decrease. Number two, protect funding for libraries. Let us use any money saved towards Richmond libraries. Our city needs libraries. Thank you. Our next comment is from Deborah Bonet. Cuts to part-time library staffing will lead to reduction of library open hours. It will mean that remaining full-time professional staff librarians will be required to spend more time at specific service desks. On the surface, this may not seem significant, but it is. It becomes more so if we consider how community connections and outreach will be affected. Bookmobile services will be eliminated. The Bookmobile visits 14 schools per week, most of which are located on the perimeter of Richmond in the Hilltop, Eastern Richmond Hills area, or Northern Richmond environs. The Bookmobile provides library services, books, and story times to hundreds of Richmond families who live in book deserts. Closure of Bayview Library will impact families at the Crescent Park Annex area who depend on what the library for early literacy programs and after-school safe place and for access to computers and internet resources, books, and movies. Staff's cuts will eliminate branch stories which reach up to 150 children and parents each week. It will upset relationships that the library has nurtured with Richmond families. Every month, 24 Richmond Head Start classrooms receive visits from Richmond public librarians. They teach songs, engage in early literacy play, and share stories with over 250 children and their teachers. These services areas are geographically unique, and those 880 plus children who have enjoyed this connection to the greater world through library outreach will come once again left out. Those relationships will be lost. In the long run, connections with books, ideas, art, and the people who love them are an economic, cultural, and psychological benefit. Cutting library staff and budget is a short-term solution with the long-term consequences. Our next comment is from Michael Glickson. There are many issues and considerations that you are facing in order to produce a balanced budget for the city of Richmond for 2020 to 2021. I'm just one of the chorus of citizens asking that you make no cuts to city services. Here are two ways you can do that: a hard hiring freeze and cuts from the top. In order to preserve existing jobs, the unions have united around a position on hard hiring freeze, meaning absolutely no new hires. Management wants a soft freeze, which would allow them flexibility to filling some new positions. A hard freeze represents a big shift of resources away from police, as there are currently over a dozen unfilled police positions. This is what I support. If there are going to be cuts made to salaries, the highest paid staff would take the biggest percentage decrease, while salaries of the lowest paid staff should not be touched. The pay and overtime of the 200 highest paid Richmond City employees without benefits and pensions add up to $40 million of the city's budget. Every 1% decrease in pay for the top 200 employees would raise $400,000 toward closing the deficit. This is also what I support. Please take my and many community members' wishes seriously. Do not sacrifice vital city services. Make the better choice. Our next comment is from Brenda Alacis, and I am a Richmond resident. Do not eliminate the Richmond Public Library from the budget. The library is the only educational institution that this city has. Libraries provide information, especially internet, for those who don't have it. They let parents know that their children are safe after school. These resources are provided to the people of Richmond regardless of their ability to pay and help fight against racial inequalities. If you take away the libraries, you will be taking away a lifetime for the Richmond residents. I oppose the layoff of SEIU 1021 members. This will only exacerbate the financial struggle of our community as a whole. Save public services and stand with the working people of Richmond. As a mother of a 3-year-old, we rely on the library for story times and a way for my child to enrich her vocabulary through amazing books we check out from the library. Consider our decisions tonight and think about the countless children, families, and members of the community you will be affecting with these cuts. Our next comment is from Elizabeth Watts. I'm a Richmond resident. According to June 2nd, 2020 study from ZipRecruiter.com states the average annual pay for the average jobs categories in Richmond, California is $74,730,000 a year. They note on their website that Richmond has salaries as high as $152,451,000 and as low as $22,980. The majority of salaries within the average jobs category currently range between $55,487, 25th percentile, to $82,951,000, the 75th percentile. Starting off by moving toward balancing the city's budget, I favor the following temporary steps: a hiring freeze across all departments. Number 2, a cap on overtime pay. And number 3, a temporary 5% or higher cut on yearly salaries above $150,000, which is close to double the $74,730 the average Richmonder's yearly pay stated by ZipRecruiter. Also, no cuts to libraries. Libraries act as an interactive community center with free educational and cultural programs. Our next comment is from John Brown. It seems fair every year the city of Richmond is talking about not having enough money. So why is it a huge surprise that Richmond is here again? Richmond should look at long-term solutions that are geared towards protecting the little services offered to its people. I've lived here for nearly 3 decades, and I still ask myself, what exactly are the services Richmond provides me? The library and pool are the only ones I can think of. My streets are dirty, my neighborhood is full of crime, homes around me are falling apart. You get the point. At this point, and as a property owner, I am embarrassed to say, but rent is another service that has at least been responsive to my questions. Aside from that, I'm not sure what services there are. Why does the police spend so much money and there's so much crime? I'm not one of those people who are yelling, defund the police, but Richmond should ask if they have been effective. The mayor said on his e-forum that in 2015, the police approval rating was 50%. I may have went to school decades ago, but I am sure 50% is still an F. And that was back in 2015. Things have gotten a lot worse, so it's probably lower by now. Anyway, I don't think you should defund the police, but I think you can balance the budget by cutting from the police budget. Maybe don't approve military weapons or the newest car. Also, you can probably save money by not looking for a new city attorney. I thought we have one. She seems to be doing fine. Maybe Richmond can save money by trusting its workers more and not spending all its money asking other people to tell Richmond what it's doing wrong. I know the mayor doesn't trust Richmond workers like he said on the e-forum, but I don't think the whole council thinks that. Maybe hire someone from Richmond to fill these positions. Might be cheaper and they might take care more. I think you are all doing a great job, but maybe you should look for your answers inside the 4 walls of the city hall rather than dumping staff and looking to the outside. Our next comment is from Laura Thomas, Richmond resident. Last week, the agenda has changed and budget discussions were moved up, so my comment was not received even though I was at the meeting for hours. This is unacceptable and shows that you are able to change and adapt on the fly, but residents are penalized for any error in communicating our messages. The defunding of public libraries and recreational services is directly connected to our current political protests, in my opinion. We need to be investing in our community in these spaces, not reducing staff and services. We need to preserve the budget we have and make cuts elsewhere or use the budget reserves. If we defund the services people of color depend on and disproportionately fund police services, what does that say about the priorities of our community? We have a choice. Excuse me, lost my place. We have a choice to start funding our future or paying to maintain the status quo that is clearly not working. I'm fighting to maintain library and recreational services to ensure that our most vulnerable community members can continue to benefit from them now in the pandemic and going forward. Our next comment is from Kathleen Carney. I am dittoing the letter submitted by Lisa Johnson forwarded below. I heartily agree with every point she makes, but she expresses it much more articulately than I. Therefore, she has given me permission to use her words to express my concerns as well. Every 1 to 2 years, we continue to have the same discussion and the same glaring issue, but last week revealed a whole new level of Richmond's The Tail That Wags the Dog. Number one, why are union members whose salaries and benefits are paid by the taxpayers allowed to give their own highly skewed presentation regarding their own proposed cuts and taxpayer increases, yet the public hasn't been afforded the same opportunity? Number two, will the taxpayers and voters who are your bosses and shareholders of this city also be shown the same respect and be allowed to give their own their presentation and list of concerns and cuts? Will this council follow the city managers and financial consultants' recommendations on maintaining our reserves? Why do you pay for your city manager, staff, and financial consultants if you don't want to listen to the cautionary words they continue to share with you? The unions of the city council members they support are asking to cut the city's reserves down to dangerous levels. I do very much appreciate the city manager's efforts to protect them, especially after the city has worked over the past few years to increase them to recommended levels and to help restore our bond ratings after some recently went to junk status. Ms. Sneidman, I know that you are in a difficult and highly political situation, but as our city CEO, I hope you will stick to your convictions and not allow our reserves to be jeopardized any further. You have repeatedly stated and made your case and provided due warning that it falls on politically deaf ears in this council's own doing and will ultimately be their downfall. Please don't make it yours. We're already tinkering on the brink of the state audit, and if our reserves are misspent and the fiduciary responsibilities of our office and that of our elect. Our next comment is from Andrea Malarkey. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm a Richmond resident and SEIU 1021 member, and as a public librarian, I join with others urging you to fully fund the library, retain all staff, and keep all locations open. I'm sure some of you know there was a tailgate story time event and car caravan this weekend for community members to come together and celebrate the library. I hope some of you might have come and was under the impression that at least one of you had plans to be there. Since you weren't, I will encourage you and the members of the public to check out the video and photos from the event on our website, SaveRichmondPublicLibraries.com. Several family members came and had a wonderful time, but some family members could not be there, and this is the message my 10-year-old cousin, Callie, sent along for you. Dear Richmond City Council, my name is Callie, and I love coming to the library. There's just something so comforting when I get to go inside the library and look through all the books and find the right book for me. Libraries made a big impact on my life in many ways. I love making younger cousins to the library because I get to show them books that I used to like when I was their age. It makes my younger cousins feel super accomplished when they find the right book, and it makes me happy that I got to show them how amazing libraries are. Please do not close down any libraries. I could tell you hundreds of stories like this one, but I know that it is really on your mind. But I know that it is really on your mind is how to pay for this. There are two really important steps. Number one, implement a hard hiring freeze, and number two, fund the remainder from reserves. Reserves are money set aside during relatively good times to provide for core services during those tough times. If this isn't that, I don't know what it is. Please fully fund the library and maintain full staffing so Richmond can continue to be served by these wonderful public servants in bad times as well as good. And our final comment is from Ms. Valerie Jameson. I'm reaching out to you to request bold action to take in developing next year's fiscal budget. Across the country, we have seen large social uprising with racial injustice. Locally, we've heard demands from youth organizers around the need for deep investment in the Black community that includes resources to ensure Black people can not only survive, but thrive. This requires investments in health, housing, and other social services with a key focus on youth programming. It is essential that the Richmond Kids First initiative stays in place and that we make a coordinated effort to continue to invest in preventive services for children and youth over the policing of our community. The movement for Black Lives nationally and locally is calling on council members to begin rethinking the definition of public safety, which includes acknowledging that increased crime stems from limited resources and lack of access, as well as a commitment to defunding archaic institutions like prisons and police. It is important for the council to see that taking steps to defund the Richmond Police Department is not a personal attack on the public servants in those positions for a radical or unattainable idea, but rather a programmatic approach to dealing with the city's existing budget shortfalls. I urge you all to make all available cuts of stoppage of funds to the police department in the coming year and reinvest any available funds to restorative systems and programs. The following changes include, but are not limited to, number one, hard freezing for all Richmond Police Department staff, furlough of officers with misconduct record and or suspension without pay for officers that are involved in lawsuits, as is the case with Richmond police officers Ahmad Coughlin, Brandon Hodges, Jesse Sosa, Kristen Palma, that were named in federal civil suit cases released to the media on July 5th. A moratorium on capital improvement projects for any police station or purchasing of police equipment, additional oversight before RPD commits to costly and time-consuming regional task force that deploy Richmond officers to other cities, as was the case with time is up.
So we have one comment, Mike Parker. We need to read that one again. We'll read Mike Parker's comment. Budgets, how we spend the city's money is a statement of our values, our priorities. We happen to be working on our budget while the country and the world are telling us that we are fundamentally wrong in believing that a militarized police force brings most of us. We can start by showing with our budget decisions, we are listening and make sure that we prioritize our services, libraries, recreation, code enforcement, health, and housing. Whatever strategy we use in this budget, let's make sure that it involves shifting resources to the services we need. If we go with the hard freeze, that will effectively shift resources for now. Let's make sure it is understood that when we find the money, that it does not go to filling police vacancies first. And if we have to ask employees to take a cut of some kind, let's make sure that it is progressive and falls mainly on those who cost the city more than $250,000 a year. Again, police is the biggest group here. Richmond police are in many respects superior to those in other cities, but depending on police to keep a community safe does not work. After this budget, we should begin acting now to determine what public safety really requires. By the way, how much did the Richmond Mutual Assistance to help the Oakland police attack protesters cost this city? Why not forbid mutual assistance in dealing with political protests? It makes an important statement and it helps our budget. Mike Parker. And that was our last comment.
So I'm going to go back to what I was suggesting before we heard the public comments, and that is focus on the vacancies and the freezes. You know, we have one proposal from the unions, and we have a proposal from staff, and there's some overlap in them. And we could either, again, I'm not suggesting we take a hard vote, but do a straw vote. So we could either recommend the union schedule, or we could recommend the staff schedule, or we could do some kind of mix and match. So what do y'all want to do?
Mr. Mayor?
I
think it makes sense to do a mix and match, and I don't know where other folks on the council are at, but I'm happy to go down the list and say where I'm at on some of these positions, and potentially make a motion to do that, and if there's support for it.
Well, you want to do it now?
Sure. I mean, so the first thing I'll say, and I'm just going down the list. And again, I should say, I think we can make multiple motions if we think that makes sense in this process as we're figuring it out. But I'll start with, and I'm looking at an older version of the list, so it doesn't have, but I'm looking at the one that we received a couple weeks ago. So at the top of it is the environmental manager, partially funded by ECIA. Based on my conversation earlier that we had with Ms. Curl, I think that could be fully funded by the ECIA. So I would just I would just, number one, say that we should just fully fund that by the ECIA. Okay. Well, let me just go. Well, all right. Let's just do that. Get that done.
Do what?
So that'll be a motion then. A motion to fully fund the environmental.
Is that a hard motion or?
Yeah, sure. Let's make it so we can save that. So we can just make that savings.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Second by Willis. Councilmember Bates, or Vice Mayor Bates, you want to say something?
Well, I just have a different concept. Historically, we've always allowed the city manager to come forward with a budget and the council review it and make adjustments and approve it. But we're living in different times today. And I say that to speak in regard to the COVID-19, and more specifically, the George situation that just came about, Black Lives Matter. And I say that to say that we are all in this together, whether we like it or not. And it seems to me that whereas unions have not had that kind of influential involvement previously, it is a major portion of their employees that are affected. Yeah. And I welcome the opportunity to participate. And I think that just like as my athletic career, it has nothing to do with who said this, who said that, but as a team, we're working together and we want to come out with the best project possible. And I think that with the union working with the city, give them an opportunity to meet and come back and hopefully come up with a recommendation. Now, they're not going to agree on everything, and those things that they don't agree upon, put them aside and council can make a decision. But there are a lot of things that I think both the union and the management staff will agree upon. Put that out there, let's move with that, and then we'll see what we have disagreement with and let the council make a decision. I don't want to piggyback in this program and that program. Let's come back with a complete package that represent what is in the best interest for the city of Richmond. And that's my position, and I will not vote for anything less than that.
Well, look, I think the problem is, number one is they're not talking, which is regrettable. I think it would be a lot easier if they were communicating and trying to get to a common goal, but they're not. What we have competing proposals, and unfortunately, it's getting thrown to us to resolve it.
Right.
I mean,
let them, those areas that they agree with, come back, and those that they disagree with, now the council take a decision, make a decision.
They've already done it. You know, we've seen the staff proposal and we've seen the union proposal, and there's some overlap, but they're different. And, you know, if you ask them to meet with the city manager and resolve it, you're just going to come back with the same thing, you know?
Right.
So we have a motion and a second.
Right. So Mr. Mayor, and I'm thinking, because I don't want this to take too long, I'm actually going to withdraw this motion and try to add a couple more things to it that hopefully are not that controversial. So, and then we'll save the controversial stuff for later. So, so my motion will be that the $166,000 for the environmental manager be funded fully through ECIA. I know finance is not going to like this, but I'm also going to say that we freeze the 130, the budget analyst 1 position and the payroll supervisor position. Both of those positions, I'm going to also say that we freeze the crime scene tech position.
Freeze what? What was the last one?
And the crime scene technician, this is now in police department. The comm dispatcher 2, not the 2 dispatcher ones, but just the dispatcher 2, and the parking enforcement rep in the police department. So that will all be included in my motion.
Okay, let's do a roll.
Is the second still okay for that? I know.
To freeze those?
Willis, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I just was like just double checking some real quick, but yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
So your motion is to freeze those?
So it's freezing all of them except for the environmental manager, which I'm saying should be paid for entirely by ECIA. But
Okay.
yes, for the rest, it's saying freeze. And again, to go over those, that's budget analyst 1, payroll supervisor, crime scene technician, comm dispatcher 2, and parking enforcement rep.
Yeah, I'll keep my second on that.
Okay, before we vote, I just want to say I'm probably not going to vote for this. I think some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. But I think the big money in here, we ought to be getting it by reducing overtime. You know, $7.4 million. I mean, we could cut it in half and save more money than we're talking about these position freezes. So let's call a roll.
We could do both.
Vice
Yeah,
Mayor
let's
Bates?
talk about that next.
Yeah, let's call the roll.
Vice Mayor Bates,
I'm not voting.
your vote is no?
I abstain.
Okay. Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
You're muted.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates abstaining and Mayor Butt voting no.
So I don't know which of these positions we haven't dealt with yet. Or if anybody wants to make I guess we got to look at all of them. It'd be
So-
easier if we start at the top. So I'm looking at the staff thing. So the police lieutenant is still on there, right?
Yeah, we haven't talked about sworn officers yet.
Police, 8 police officers still on there. Police sergeants, 4 still on there. Crime scene technician, you took that off.
Right.
Communication dispatcher still on. Parking enforcement still on.
No, we
Specialist.
took off parking enforcement and we took off dispatcher 2. We left on the 2 dispatcher ones, but we took off dispatcher 2 and we took off parking enforcement.
Record specialist
Still on.
still on. Senior accountant, that came,
Yeah, that's still on.
that's in police department.
Yep.
We dealt with environmental manager, left that on. City attorney, we didn't take a vote on that
Didn't
yet.
discuss yet.
If somebody want to offer a motion on the ones we haven't dealt with yet?
Yeah.
So
We need a motion to extend the meeting. It's
I'll make a motion that we extend for 30 minutes.
Second.
Okay, got to do a roll call, I guess.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay. Anybody want to offer a motion on the ones we haven't dealt with yet?
So on sworn officers, and I don't know where the rest of the council's at. Well, I'll just say it. So, I mean, obviously, we hear the defund the police calls and whatnot. Obviously, Richmond has been defunding police. We went down from 192 to 150. So obviously, you know, there's a certain level of where actually, if you want the police to be able to do their job in a way that's actually community oriented, then what's actually happening is they're further under pressure when there's less officers. And that means that you have folks working 11-hour shifts and all these long-hour shifts where at the end of it, they're probably having less good interactions with the public than we would want them to have. That said, obviously, this is the biggest amount in here. So we do need to get savings from this amount. So where I'm at, and I don't know where the rest of the council is, some probably want more, some probably want less, but where I'm at is I'm willing to say right now that we would freeze 6 of the 8 proposed sworn officers and 3 of the 4 proposed sergeants. And I would make a motion to do that.
Is there a second?
I mean, I would only,
Okay, second by Willis.
not, because I actually would want to go for the full freeze period on both of them, because all of them are going to require a meet and confer anyway, whether we're talking about concessions or layoffs. We're going to have to meet and confer with them, and the full freeze is the one thing that the unions, the police unions, haven't been pushing back on. As a matter of fact, it's something that they're like, yeah, let's do it to avoid a layoff. So I'm for doing the full freeze if the votes are
Wait,
there.
so you're not seconding?
No, not yet.
Oh, so you're doing a substitute motion?
I'd like to put
I haven't heard a second.
I'd like to put in a substitute motion.
Well, there's not a motion.
Well, there's not a second. So first we need to see if there's a second to my motion.
Okay, then I'd like to put in a motion. I recognize, and I think we should recognize, that you can't keep operating with a lot of overtime. And that's one of the problems that we all are talking about. And you got to have adequate staff. And I think I'm willing to compromise instead of 8. I'm willing to compromise that we authorize 4 new patrolmen, because it's going to take time to train them. And the chief has already indicated that we're losing employees in the police department left and right. They're going to other jurisdictions with less stress and better pay. And we can't deplete our police department. I don't care what they say, about reduction of police. We need law and order in this city. And I'm prepared to support 4 of those employee positions to be hired to cut down on the overtime and keep our police department as strong as possible.
So is that a motion?
Yeah, it's a motion.
Okay, is there a second? I don't hear a second.
Could we ask
Councilmember Myrick, I will
we ask the
second,
chief?
I was
Councilmember
saying-
Myrick, I will
Wait,
second your
three of
motion.
you are talking at once, Dimless.
I was originally saying if Councilmember Willis is reluctant to second Myrick's motion, I would be willing to.
Okay.
I'm willing to at this point too, so either one of us.
Well,
Okay.
you're
So my
seconding,
motion,
Johnson is seconding Mark's original motion, right?
okay. So just to be clear, that's a reduction, that's freezing 6 of the 8, so that's leaving 2,
Yeah,
and
two.
freezing 3 of the 4 for sergeants.
Well, if that motion is on the floor, I'd like to propose a substitute motion, and that is to follow the union's recommendations of a hard freeze on both police
Melvin
officers
just-
and sergeants.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Melvin.
I don't hear a second. Okay, let's vote on Mark's motion.
Okay.
Could you repeat the motion? Just
The
so
motion is to
members-
freeze
That was a mo-
6,
I'm sorry.
6 of the 8 and 3 of the 4. Sorry,
Of the sergeant. Okay.
sorry.
Okay. Okay. Vice Mayor Bates,
I don't approve it.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes?
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No,
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
so, I'm not sure what other positions that we haven't touched yet. We haven't touched the city attorney
Yeah.
and, I guess if there's not a motion to take some of these off, they just stay on here, right?
Right.
All right, so is there any more motions about the vacancy list?
I'll make a motion to remove the 2 equipment operator freeze the 2 equipment operator positions.
I second that.
And
Was that the one that Yader was saying was necessary for the street paving program? Just so
Right.
to clarify.
Right, but they're only
Those are-
promotions.
those are
It's not
promotions.
actually- It's
Okay,
not
I
actually
got it.
creating a new position. It's a
Got it.
promotion. So,
These
I
were
get
all
it.
promotions.
so I
That's
would
fair.
like to ask a friendly amendment to include the parks and construction.
Wait,
maintenance.
who made the motion?
Willis made the
No,
motion,
Willis.
Johnson seconded,
Okay,
and
who-
Martinez has a friendly
Johnson
motion.
seconded it. Okay, Martinez, you have a
Yeah, I'll accept that. I'll accept that friendly amendment personally.
what was it?
To include the parks and construction maintenance worker.
Okay. All right, let's vote on that.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes?
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No,
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
so I don't know, it's related to this, but I'm going to offer a motion that we cut all overtime in half.
I'll second it.
And that's a second by Willis.
So, quick comment on this. My concern with this is I think it's us lying to ourselves. I mean, we know that they're going over what they're going over now. We know they're going to continue to go over. If they're just going to go over by a larger percentage. So I'm not quite sure what this does. But I mean, I'd be willing to support if we were saying if we reduced it a little bit, like by $1 million or by $2 million or something like that, I'd probably vote for that, because I think you could sort of logically say that maybe, by managing the departments better, they can save 2 million in overtime. You know, if we're talking about cutting it to the core, I just think we're lying to ourselves, and it's just going to be $7 million over what they're budgeted. But
if they work, we have to pay them.
Right. There's no way around that.
Here's the problem. This overtime thing is all a matter of management. If the city manager tells the department heads, mainly police and fire, that they have a budget and that she's going to hold them personally responsible for staying within their budget, and she does it, it'll happen. The problem we've had in the past is that we haven't ever had a manager who will enforce it, and they keep passing it on down the line. You know, you heard both the fire chief and the police chief say that they don't make those overtime decisions. They pass them down to captains and so forth.
So, Mr. Mayor, to a certain degree, if the work gets done, it has to be paid. So I understand that there may be a certain level that's abuse, and I would support a motion, and maybe I'll just make a substitute motion to reduce it by $1 million, because there may be a certain level but you're talking about dramatic cut. We're really just lying to ourselves, because the work is still going to need to be done. There's still going to be police officers. You know, we just froze 6 more officer positions. There's still going to be officers working overtime. There's still going to be There's still going to be people working overtime. And we could pretend that that's not the case, but it's going to be the case. But I guess I'll make a substitute motion that we just reduce the overtime budget by $1 million.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
No.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bates,
I'm not voting.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The
And then
motion passed.
the second. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask that those who made the motion support it, is that you have a review in 3 months, 6 months, to ascertain if it's working or not, and if you need to make the necessary adjustment.
That's fair.
I mean, I'd say yes, because it's a long overdue conversation we need to be having anyway.
Great.
So the second motion I want to make is one that'll save us $70 million. My motion is to defund the police department.
Okay, can I read the motion for the motion we just took? Let me read the results of that motion. The substitute motion that reduced overtime by $1 million passed with Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Butt voting no, and Vice Mayor Bates abstaining.
Okay. Again, my current motion is to defund the police department and save $70 million. Is there a second?
So you're just playing games at this point? Like,
I was gonna say, because people are serious about this, I don't think that we should play with that.
Just in your last e-forum say that,
Look,
the rest of us
if you don't
anti-cop.
support it,
I just saw that in your e-forum.
I would like to hear from the city attorney and to know what that process would look like, because I'm pretty sure that it's not just as simple as making a motion and voting on it. So I would actually like to hear from the city attorney with that process. I know, JL, I know. In the public, I am truly sorry that your opinions and that you are being treated this way.
No, we'll ask the city attorney. Like the rest of you, I've gotten 500-600 letters today, emails over the last few days suggesting that. I'm just trying to be
play games.
You're trying to be Red Fox, a comedian.
Yeah, you're trying to be funny.
Okay, city attorney, you have any observations on this?
About a motion to defund the.
I can't hear you. Get microphone, please.
I think I would need more specifics about what the motion actually is, but
The motion is to defund the police department.
I'm pretty sure there would be a union negotiation and meet and confer process.
I can't hear you.
Okay. All right, Don Rickles, you are finished. Move on to the next item.
Wait, city attorney, what was I can't hear you.
I said, I think that there would be a meet and confer process and some union discussions that would need to be had.
Well, sure, but that doesn't mean let's just see if it has a second.
I will second it, and I will second it because I think this is a conversation we need to have. And whether it's a joke to the mayor or not is beside the point. What is important is that we have this discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
I don't think you look like Red Fox at all.
I make a substitute motion that we table this item and move on to more important issues.
Is there a second?
That we table the motion, that we're tabling Tom's motion? Is that what
We
your motion is?
table the whole idea of defunding the police department.
So we table Tom's motion. I'll second that we table Tom's motion.
Okay, there's no discussion on a motion to table.
Disrespectful.
Let's take a vote on it.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes, table that.
Councilmember Martinez,
No, this is a discussion that needs to happen, and it needs to happen yesterday.
Not debatable, Mr. Eduardo.
Councilmember Myrick,
I'm just stating why I'm
Yes.
voting.
Hey, wait, you just vote. You don't need to make a speech.
Councilmember Willis,
I believe in the conversation that needs to be had too, yes.
Vice Mayor Bates,
I vote yes, table it.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Council Members Martinez and Willis voting no and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so that I'm not sure where that leaves us. We've made some additional cuts on the freeze list, and maybe it's time to pitch it back to the city manager and see what she comes up with next week, huh?
Yeah, and I would add, Mr. Mayor, the 4 million that the union sort of was able to find and potential cuts. Obviously, staff has to look at that. So I would just officially make that too. So I'll make a motion that
I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think you need a motion on it. They're going to do that.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that happens, that staff looks at that and comes back to us with those potential savings, because it may not be the full 4 million, but there may be some other significant savings we can get from that. And I again thank the union for identifying those savings.
And I would request that staff and union have conversations with one another so that we can come up with something that we can all vote on at the next session.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're kind of at the end of the line here. City manager, you have any, you looking for any more guidance from this group?
No, we appreciate everyone's hard work tonight. We will be adjusting those proposals based on the decisions on the hiring freezes and a very close look at where there might be some additional departmental savings. And that will allow us to adjust the final amount that we'll have to work with next week.
Okay. All right. Looks like we're done 15 minutes early. Enjoy the rest of your evening, folks.
Hey, can I do an adjournment memorial, Mr. Mayor?
You may.
I wanted to adjourn the meeting in memory of ACE member named William Casey. He was found passed away in his apartment on May 27th, and he was active member in ACE, RPA, the NAACP, and just a strong advocate for seniors' rights and making sure that seniors had access to affordable housing and fighting for juveniles to be able to have other services and diverting money away from incarceration and policing youth to actually investing in a youth. So I just wanted to adjourn in memory of him.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Good night. Enjoy your evening, folks.
The time is 11:16.
Good night.
Night.